In his new movie, The Dragon's Prophecy, Dinesh D'Souza brings the new Middle East into focus with a message of perseverance, faith, and a shared global destiny.
Could the fate of the world, of humanity itself, be somehow tied to this place?
At long last, we have peace in the Middle East.
Israel and Christians are coming together in a way they have never been before, since the book of Acts.
But is this the end of Hamas and radical Islam? What does the Bible say?
We have to become fighters in the spirit for God. We don't accept what the enemy wants to do with our culture. We don't accept what he wants to do with the nation. If we keep fighting, we win.
Powerful, prophetic, a must-see movie based on Jonathan Cahn's international bestseller, The Dragon's Prophecy, combines history and scripture with faith, justice, and renewal. The Dragon's Prophecy, a new film by Dinesh D'Souza, now available on Amazon, YouTube, and iTunes. News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer.
This is a Fox News alert. 4 more American deaths in Operation Epic Fury. I'm Dave Anthony, just announced by U.S. Central Command. Those 4 were on that military refueling plane that crashed in Iraq yesterday. There were 2 others on board, and the CENTCOM post on X a short time ago says rescue efforts continue.
U.S. Central Command says the KC-135 aircraft was part of the operation against Iran, but the crash was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. CENTCOM says 2 aircraft were involved. One landed safely, and the other went down in western Iraq.
That's Fox's Tom Rigotti. President Trump posted on Truth Social early this morning, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today with Iran.
Cautioning that there could be major strikes ahead for the U.S. against Iran today. The president posting, Iran's Navy is gone, their Air Force is no longer, missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time.
Fox's Steve Harrigan in Armenia near the Iran border. And the president's Truth Social post came after Iran's new supreme leader put out a statement vowing to keep avenging the deaths the U.S. and Israel caused. His father was killed when the operation started, and Mojtaba Khamenei is himself wounded. President Trump tells Fox's Brian Kilmeade in an interview that'll air on the Kilmeade radio show at 10 a.m. Eastern.
I think he probably is. I think he's damaged, but I think he's probably alive in some form.
Now, today, Iran fired more drones into Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states hosting U.S. bases. Iran's also been attacking oil tankers, vowing to keep the key shipping lane, the Strait of Hormuz, closed, but oil prices aren't moving much today. The president also said this after an attack on a synagogue outside Detroit.
I want to send our love to the Michigan Jewish community and all of the people in Detroit.
The attacker drove a truck into Temple, Israel, shot and killed by security at the synagogue. At Old Dominion University in Virginia, a once convicted ISIS supporter opened fire, killing 1 and wounding 2 before he was killed. America's listening to Fox News.
History isn't just in textbooks. It's the story of us, the United States. 2026 marks 250 years of America. And throughout the year, Bill Hemmer takes listeners on a journey through the 250 most impactful moments in American history. From the spark of revolution to the battles for freedom, the ideas, inventions, and decisions that changed the world. The 250 most impactful moments in American history podcast. Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com.
You never know who might be taking the quiz.
Hi, everyone. It's Candace Cameron Bure.
Hey, everyone. It's Phil Sims.
It's Dolores Catania.
Hey, everyone. I'm Kix Brooks.
It's Candace Bushnell.
I'm Rob Paulson.
I'm Ryan Serhant.
Hey, everyone. I'm Nicole Polizzi.
Hey, everybody's Kevin Nealon.
What's up, guys? It's Nia Sue, and it's time to take the quiz.
5 questions in less than 5 minutes every day. Listen and follow at thequiz.fox.
We expect an update on the Iran conflict in 2 hours from the War Secretary at the Pentagon, and maybe more on the 4 deaths and the search for others in the crash of the military refueling plane in Iraq. Now, the conflict with Iran that involves the U.S. and Israel is not involving our European allies, but our forces do move through there. And the American general in charge in that region testified at a Senate hearing.
General Alex Grinkovich, the U.S. European commander, testified that Operation Epic Fury in Iran has reinforced this main European principle.
Our forces, bases, and infrastructure take advantage of the continent's strategic geography and allow the United States to rapidly move forces, sustain operations, and provide the president with diverse military options across multiple theaters.
General Randall Reed, who commands the military's transportation structure, said his responsibility is more widespread.
To deliver power and presence at the time and place of our choosing.
Mississippi Republican Senator Roger Wicker said that when people think of the armed forces, they think of weapons and personnel, but don't realize the importance of General Reed's mission. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Deliberations start today in Los Angeles at the social media trial.
A lawyer for the now 20-year-old plaintiff, KGM, says her depression and anxiety started around 10 years old after she began using YouTube and Instagram, stressing how addiction impacts adolescents more as their brains are still developing and they crave social approval. Telling the court emails and testimony show tech companies know there are harms associated with kids and that their attempts to age gate are a joke. A lawyer for Google argues YouTube is a video platform, not social media, with no beauty filters and no need for social validation. A lawyer for Meta alleging abandonment, neglect, and family mental health history caused KGM's mental health struggles.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. On Wall Street, stock futures not moving much, up a bit for the Dow, down a bit for the NASDAQ. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Ted Dabrowski. I'm running for governor to breathe new life into our party and improve the quality of life in our state. Let's be honest about how we defeat Pritzker. Victory runs through the suburbs, and Darren Bailey is a disaster in the suburbs. To renominate him is to concede defeat. It's why Pritzker wanted to run against him 4 years ago and wants to again. Do you really want to experience these headlines again?
Governor J.B. Pritzker will serve another 4 years in office.
This was a resounding victory for Governor Pritzker.
The race was called just minutes after the polls closed.
Pritzker had a sizable advantage in Chicago and its suburbs.
I am the only candidate who can win the suburbs and end Pritzker's reign. It's why leading pro-lifers, American firsters, and conservative reformers support me. Republicans should always nominate the most conservative candidate who can win. That's me. I'm Ted Dabrowski, your conservative candidate for governor, and I'm asking for your vote in the Republican primary on March 17th. Paid for by Ted for Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-969-1199. That's 800-969-1199.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-348-8569. 800-348-8569. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-348-8569.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
Salem Surround. Is your business hard to find online? Meet with a digital marketer today for ideas that will make your business stand out. Visit salemsurround.com.
Alex Marlowe does see a legit scandal.
I'm kind of amazed by this scandal that has rocked the Department of Homeland Security. Kristi Noem is out. I saw this. I was aware of it, but I have to admit, and this is a big admission, I did not do a deep dive on it. And I have in the last 24 hours, and it is shocking. It is a legitimate scandal.
The Alex Marlowe Show. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's March 13th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Good Samaritan Day, where we take a moment to recognize the unselfish actions of everyday people who perform acts of kindness towards a stranger without the desire of any type of reward. So if you see someone who needs help, try to give them a hand, whether it's helping someone change a tire on the side of the road, carrying groceries to a person's front door, or helping an old person cross a busy street. No act of kindness is too big or small. Also on this date, in 2013, Cardinal Jorge Mario Bergoglio of Argentina is elected the new pope, taking the name Francis. And in 2019, the Jackson, Mississippi home of civil rights activists Medgar and Merle Evers is established as a national monument. If it's your birthday today, you share it with actor William H. Macy, born in 1950, and former NFL quarterback Trent Dilfer, born in 1972. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This is Sean Thompson. One of the things I remember about spring is listening to my grandfather walk around and say, opening day, it's just around the corner. He used to think those were the two sweetest words you could say during springtime because he was a big baseball fan. And for most people, that's the case. It's one of the greatest American traditions each spring. But you know, there's another great American tradition that isn't far off, and that's called Tax Day. Well, opening day and tax day show up around the same time each year. We don't look at them in the same way. Well, you're optimistic about your favorite team. When's the last time you felt optimistic about stroking a big check to Uncle Sam? It doesn't have to be that way, and all you have to do is call Tom Fortino, the people at Alpha Wealth Group, who believe that baseball is a seasonal game, but tax planning goes on year-round. So if you don't want to write a big check in your retirement, and you don't want to have your Social Security or Medicare premiums affected by it, call Tom Fortino and the people at Alpha Wealth Group for their complimentary retirement roadmap. Call them at 630-864-6711. That number again is 630-864-6711 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. Sean Thompson here, and I'm with attorney Bert Hochberg from the law firm of Schiller, Ducanto, and Fleck. We're talking about divorce arbitration. This is not really a new, or is it a new, innovative way to go through divorce?
Arbitration has been around for decades. It's completely legit and available to resolve divorce cases. The litigants and their lawyers sign an arbitration agreement. They identify what the issues are, and we set up dates, and we determine what experts and witnesses there may be. Arbitration is a hearing, a trial that is intended to finish a case efficiently with limited appeal, with a binding decision, and it's confidential, so it has some great characteristics.
I think it's a unique alternative to divorce. For more information, please visit sdflaw.com and type Bert Hochberg into the search box. That's sdflaw.com or call direct 773-255-6150.
The smartest self-defense decision is not made in the moment. It's made before danger ever appears, because when you pull a firearm trigger, well, you're not just stopping a threat. You may be starting a chain of legal, financial, emotional consequences that can follow you for years. Now, that's why more responsible Americans are choosing to lead with a less lethal option that is effective. That's where Burner, their less lethal launchers, it fires tear gas, kinetic rounds, pepper spray. It's designed to stop any attacker for up to 40 minutes. And it gives you time to escape. It gives you time to create distance and get help without using deadly force. Now, Burner's best-selling compact launcher is sleek, it's slim, it's incredibly powerful. It's built for discreet, everyday carry. No background check. They can ship it directly to your door. Protect yourself, protect your family, protect your future. Start with less lethal. Visit byrna.com today and find the right launcher for you and your family. That's byrna.com today.
Hello, can I have your attention, please? My name is Hugh McKenzie, and I'm a devout listener of The Answer. They have partnered with Food for the Poor consistently for the last few years. In the past, I've always wanted to participate, but unfortunately never had the extra cash at the end of the year to do so. But last weekend, I received the mail, and there was a bonus check for $2,500 from Mack Truck for selling commercial vehicles. I decided that I was all in. As I mentioned, I sell commercial vehicles. Everything from Mack, Volvo, Hino, Isuzu, new and used. I've been selling for over 30 years in the Chicagoland market. Call me at 630-918-9534 or check me out on the web. Google my name, Hugh McKenzie, And Hugh is spelled H-U-G-H. McKenty is spelled M-C-K-E-N-T-Y. All right, thank you very much for your time.
To contact Hugh McKenty, search Hugh McKenty on LinkedIn or call 630-918-9534. That's 630-918-9534.
Mike Lindell and the MyPillow employees want to thank you for your great support this past year. They want to make 2026 the best year ever. So to thank you, they are giving you free shipping on your entire order and wholesale pricing. So they are bringing back the mega sale. For example, the classic MyPillows, regularly $49.98, now only $14.98. Turn any mattress into the best mattress ever with the made in the USA MyPillow My Mattress Topper and save up to $100. Get a set of MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets for as low as $29.98 or the 6-pack towel set for only $34.98. To get the best specials ever, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. These offers won't last long, so call 800-489-0201 or go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY. Order now and your entire order ships absolutely free.
Hey AM 560 listeners, Jeff checking in again from JeffBuysYourHouse.com. What I learned serving our great nation in the military is that every mission is unique and success starts with listening. For nearly 20 years, our veteran-led house buying team has taken the time to understand what matters most to each homeowner we serve. Every home has a story, and every seller has different needs. Whether you want a quick closing or need extra time to find your next place, we customize our approach around what works best for you. That's how we've earned hundreds of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the BBB, by putting relationships first. No repairs needed, no cleanout required, and you pick the closing date that works best for your schedule. At JeffBuysYourHouse.com, we're here to help you through the entire transition, not just the transaction. Are you ready to work with a local team that takes the time to understand your home selling needs? Sell your house to the trusted source by calling us today at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
Are you 65 or older and dealing with chronic knee or shoulder pain? You're not alone. At the Joint Relief Institute, we've helped thousands find real relief without surgery. Our non-surgical, FDA-approved treatment uses hyaluronic gel that acts like a cushion between the bones in your knee. As we age, the cushion naturally wears down, causing painful grinding and popping. But our gel restores that cushion, allowing your knee to move smoothly again. Ready to stop the pain and get back to doing what you love? Call the Joint Relief Institute at 708-315-6800. Again, that's 708-315-6800.
Move better, live better with JRI.
Move better and live better with JRI. Contact the Joint Relief Institute today and get back to doing what you love. Call 708-315-6800 or visit jointreliefinstitute.com. Locations in Glenview, Oakbrook, and Orland Park. Call 708-315-6800. Medicare and most private insurance plans accepted. Reclaim your mobility with the Joint Relief Institute.
Don't miss cutting-edge coverage of daily news on the Alex Marlow podcast.
For so many years, we thought we would see terror. Is it a Muslim? Now we're starting to think, is it a trans person? And we've indulged all of this. It's completely our fault, self-inflicted wound. We've run so hard away from the science and towards insanity. They'll never stop. They will never be done. They will always try to take more. They will always try to create more chaos.
Subscribe to the Alex Marlow podcast on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
All right, Vito, you best be letting me in and having a look around.
Officer Murphy, hello. Yeah, this is Vito's Vault. We're definitely not a dinner theater speakeasy, where you can get dinner, drinks, and an amazing musical comedy show, plus free parking, all for one low price.
Oh, that's too bad. I was going to bring me dear sweet mother to see your show.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
Vito's Vault, Chicago's new Roaring Twenties dinner theater speakeasy. For tickets, go to vitosvault.com.
This is Sean Thompson. One of the things I remember about spring is listening to my grandfather walk around and say, opening day. It's just around the corner. He used to think those were the two sweetest words you could say during springtime because he was a big baseball fan. And for most people, that's the case. It's one of the greatest American traditions each spring. But you know, there's another great American tradition that isn't far off, and that's called Tax Day. Well, opening day and Tax Day show up around the same time each year. We don't look at them in the same way. Well, you're optimistic about your favorite team. When's the last time you felt optimistic about stroking a big check to Uncle Sam? It doesn't have to be that way, and all you have to do is call Tom Fortino, the people at Alpha Wealth Group, who believe that baseball is a seasonal game, but tax planning goes on year-round. So if you don't want to write a big check in your retirement, and you don't want to have your Social Security or Medicare premiums affected by it, Call Tom Fortino and the people at Alpha Wealth Group for their complimentary retirement roadmap. Call them at 630-864-6711. That number again is 630-864-6711 or online at alphawealthgroup.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect windy conditions with gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour at times. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 44. Tonight will remain breezy in the evening, turning mostly cloudy with a low of 31. Tomorrow will bring cloudy skies with a chance of a rain or snow shower in some areas, and it will be chilly with a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Good Friday morning. Amy Jacobson here. Jeannie Ives from The Real Story. We're filling in for Dan today, and we begin with some somber news. You may have just heard, but in case you're just waking up with us, there are 4 more Americans have died. They perished when their refueling plane crashed in western Iraq. There were 6 people total, 4 perished, bringing the total number of American lives lost to 11. But you're familiar with this aircraft, Jeannie, that they were on.
Well, according to CENTCOM, though, the loss of the aerial refueling aircraft was not the result of hostile fire or accidental friendly fire. While the refueling aircraft crashed, apparently there was a second aircraft nearby, and it managed to land safely. However, the Iranian-backed Islamic resistance in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the downing of the KC-135, saying it was shot down and that they were defending their sovereignty in airspace. None of that is true, of course. So, yes, still 2 missing crew members. However, it does typically have a crew of 3, and they had extra members on board. I've actually been on one. I was able to take a military hop from Germany to Turkey and, ended up on a KC-135, got to, go in the back with the boom operator and watch the entire refueling. These are planes. These are planes, again, they are very old. It was first brought into service in 1957. So you're talking about a plane that's well over 60 years old. It's not unlike the C-2 that my son flew, and that is now getting mothballed after 60 years of service.
60 years? How long ago was this that you flew on this aircraft?
Oh, this was in 1988.
Do you think it's the same aircraft? I mean, they haven't...
I wouldn't doubt it. They upgrade the electronics. They, of course, maintain them very well. My son just got done flying the C-2, which is a 60-year-old plane, on and off aircraft carriers. So, but this is a reminder that the training that you do in the military, that the training is also a problem, because we lost easily 20 folks just in Osprey crashes nearby. I remember a classmate of mine who lost his life just 6 months out of West Point in a training accident. So, this was not friendly fire, but who knows what happened? We don't know. Obviously, it's a heightened stress area because you are still in combat operations. They're doing combat procedures. They're, it's not training. And so it's very dangerous. And I think that's the point I want to make here. It's dangerous in training. It's more dangerous in combat. We don't know what happened here, but our military is dealing with very old equipment, very well maintained, really, truly. And honestly, sometimes you want these older planes because they just keep performing, and they're tried and true. And but I'm anxious to find out what happened.
312-642-5600. You can text us or call us anytime on that line. They're not releasing the service members' names yet because they're notifying next of kin right now. But while this happened yesterday, we had 2 possible terror attacks. I hate when they say that, because to everybody, they're terror attacks. ISIS-inspired 100%. People. We're going to start in Michigan, where a nut job, a Michigan man, armed, drove his car through the main door of Temple Israel in suburban Detroit, drove it down the hallway halfway through before he was shot and killed by security guards. Investigators say the vehicle is registered to a U.S. naturalized citizen from Lebanon who lives in Dearborn, Michigan. Now, there was a fire from the suspect's vehicle, and because they believe that he might have had explosives inside. But the sheriff says one of the security guards was taken to the hospital after getting hit by the vehicle. But no Temple staff or preschoolers were injured, thank God. Temple Israel is one of the largest Jewish congregations in the United States, 3,000 families. A rabbi there said that they've been planning, Jeannie, for this because of what's happening in Iran.
We've been talking for 2 weeks about the potential, sadly, of this happening, so there was no lack of preparation.
And of course, when this happened, I mean, parents ran to the school, and the only school that was in session was, because it's spring break, was the preschool.
This is senseless. It's senseless. We have to be better than this. This is not okay. So that's all I want. Everyone to be okay.
And President Trump commented right after the incident.
I want to send our love to the Michigan Jewish community and all of the people in Detroit, the Detroit area, following the attack on the Jewish synagogue early today. And I've been briefed, fully briefed. And it's a terrible thing, but it goes on. We're going to be right down to the bottom of it. It's absolutely incredible that things like this happen.
And then at Old Dominion University, have you ever been there? Have you ever seen?
I've driven past it. I lived in the Tidewater for quite a bit.
Yeah, there was another shooting. Three were shot, one killed. Military base. This is what happened. The gunman, 36-year-old Mohammed Baylor Jola, specifically targeted an ROTC classroom on campus. Students stepped in to take him down. And boy, did they take him. They took him down, Jeannie, without bullets.
How was he deceased?
There were students who were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
So he was not shot?
He was not shot.
He shot 3 people?
Correct. We have information that he shot 3 people.
The one that went to Virginia.
And he killed, talk to me about
one of
who
the people that
killed.
he killed was Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw. He was the professor of military science. That's the top one. That's the top guy in the ROTC department. It's a lieutenant colonel. And Governor Abigail Spanberger, I mean, I don't know how Virginians could have ever elected her, but she tweeted out after the incident. This is what she tweeted about him and the incident. Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw was killed today in his classroom at Old Dominion University. A devoted ROTC instructor, Lieutenant Colonel Shaw didn't just lead a life of service to our country, he taught and led others to follow that path. Nothing about the terrorist incident, nothing about how this happened, nothing. And she's the governor of Virginia.
Shame on her.
Yes.
I mean, that is sick because this guy, Jala, he's from Sterling, Virginia, former member of the Virginia National Guard, arrested Jeannie in 2016 for attempting to provide material support to ISIS. He allegedly attempted to gather weapons to be used in an attack in the U.S. He also attempted to provide funds to people hoping to join ISIS. So documents show that he's pled guilty to a terrorism-related charge. He was sentenced to 11 years in prison and was released in 2024. And then he plans this attack. He stormed the campus, went into the ROT classroom, killed the instructor, and the students there took him down without bullets, which means what, Jeannie? Do you think
strangled him?
Do you think they strangled him or snapped his neck? Good for them.
They totally went after him.
312-642-5600. Let's go to Tony in Downers Grove. Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Hey, Amy. Hey, Jeannie. You know, just how dumb are we as a country? Like, all of a sudden, people are like, there might be hidden terror cells here. You think? And Trump's right. This has been happening for 30, 40, 50 years. Take me to your favorite mosque, and we could probably find a dozen or so in each mosque, maybe more. But, you know what? We're going to be surprised. I was hoping to take a call out to Frank, our historian. I'm wondering, not that, I'm glad we're in. I'm glad we're doing what we're doing, because imagine, like people have been saying, if Iran continued to build up their weaponry, and then we're going to be surprised we have hidden terror cells in the country, and now we really can't do anything about it. But how much does the, from a historical perspective, in 1953, we threw over an elected democratically elected ruler in Iran. Because of what? Because BP was mad because he nationalized oil and they were controlling most of the oil. That happened in 53. And I just wonder how much historically what's happened since then has rooted this. I mean, it's just a fact. But I'm glad we're in, and we need to keep the gloves on. Otherwise, we're there's a culture problem here.
Yep.
We don't hear Tlaib. We don't hear Omar. Are they out there talking about the terrorism? Nope. You're not going to hear.
No, but we are hearing calls for having a way to remove folks who have been naturalized here and then do these types of actions. He should be out.
Jola, he should be deported.
Absolutely.
No questions asked. And the fact that he was sentenced to 11 years in prison, was released in 2024. I mean, he served his time, but he's not, he wants to kill Americans. Okay, these people, it's conform or die. Not everyone, but there is a lot of sleeper cells around this country that they're planning attacks right now because we had open borders for 4 years. So there was an invitation for them all to come in and start planning.
Well, actually, another report, the U.S. has intercepted encrypted communications believed to have originated in Iran that were sent out following the death of the Khomeini. ABC News reported, citing a federal alert sent to law enforcement agencies, the message could be intended to activate or provide instructions to pre-position sleeper assets operating outside the originating country, the alert warned. The alert noted that the transmission was likely of Iranian origin. So this does feel like they have activated something. You just have way too many of these attacks happening. It started out with the terror attack with the man down in Austin, was it?
Right.
Yeah,
with the Prophet Allah sweatshirt.
Yes. Yeah. And he shot up 2 people. They both died.
Yeah, he got that. A third person died from that attack.
Okay.
But still, they were just innocent kids sitting in a bar on their college campus, and he walked in and shot them. And that's just the beginning. But here's the thing, too. Cyberattacks, and at 7 o'clock, we're going to talk to Tracy Birkenhauer. She's Chief Impact Officer at Stack Cybersecurity. Because yesterday, Stryker Corporation, which is, everybody knows, it's a medical equipment. That's what they sell. Huge. It's America's largest healthcare equipment producer. They had a cyber attack by Iran. And it's expected to be just the first. This is just the beginning. They're coming after us any way that they can, so we have to be vigilant.
Well, and even and after that, we'll be talking with Daniel Greenfield. He's with Front Page Magazine, and he'll discuss the Red Green Alliance, the Islamic terrorist threats here in America and abroad. And I'm really looking forward to that interview.
And real quick, let's go to John in Cedar Lake. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. The world's hurting a little bit today. I did 11 years in the Army National Guard, a tour of duty in Iraq with the Combat Engineer Battalion, and then I finished up my career with 3 years in the Air Force Reserves. Security forces supporting a air refueling wing out of Grissom Air Reserve Base in Indiana, and I got a lot of great memories from my time in the military, but one of the best ones was I got to take a hop on a KC-135 from Grissom, Indiana down to Fort Worth, Texas for training, and during that flight, like Jeannie said, I got to lay in the boom operator's bay during takeoff and landing, which was quite a neat experience. We got to operate the boom when we weren't doing refueling ops, which was pretty neat. And we actually got to witness an in-flight refueling mission on the way. And to Jeannie's point, they are impeccably maintained aircraft. I mean, you would not believe how you could eat a steak off the cargo deck of the KC-135s we had at Grissom. I mean, just unbelievably cared for with blood, sweat, tears, and busted knuckles. And when that plane went down yesterday and I saw that release from CENTCOM, my heart just dropped. That don't know those airmen probably, but you know what they go through, and, just really, really hit me kind of hard.
You do know what they go through, and thanks, John. And for Pritzker to sit there and say they don't deserve steak and lobster. Really? Well, I'm going to have a lot more to say about that.
Because your tweet yesterday was the most spectacular social media post you've ever authored, and we'll talk about that next. And later, a woke school district honoring a man for women's, what are we calling this?
History Month.
Thank you, Jeannie. Appreciate it. You're listening to AM 560.
It's early in the morning.
Good morning. It is 42 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. The Cook County Board has announced it will spend $19.9 million on taxpayer-funded food and housing services, including $5.8 million for the Illinois Housing Development Authority's court-based rental assistance program. County commissioners announced they would direct $10 million to the Greater Chicago Food Depository and $4.1 million to support homeless services. The Chicago Teachers Union is calling on students and teachers to skip school and work on May 1st so they could join protests against federal immigration law enforcement and in favor of higher taxes on wealthy people. CTU delegates passed a resolution Wednesday saying public education is under an unprecedented national assault. And the Obama Foundation is looking for volunteers for the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago's Jackson Park neighborhood. More information can be found online at obama.org/volunteer/. This report is a service of Allstate. Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next.
Scott Jennings wonders if we'll see support.
Iran has fired ballistic missiles into a German military base in Jordan. So Iran continues to fire at its neighbors. You know, something I've been wondering, are we having any expectation that other countries are going to eventually get fed up with this and join in the military attacks against Iran?
The Scott Jennings Show. Weekdays at noon, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you've saved $100,000 or more for retirement, call Steve Shyman today at 833-945-7283. That's 833-WILL-SAVE, 833-WILSAVE. Schedule your no-cost, no-obligation retirement review and make sure your plan is built to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. And don't forget to listen to Steve's show, Protecting Your Assets, Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. right here on AM 560. Call now, 833-945-7283.
On Salem News Channel, principled voices are shaping today's conversation. Scott Jennings brings clarity to the toughest debates. Josh Hammer's blistering commentary puts politics and culture on trial. And Alex Marlowe's insight connects us to what matters most. Watch anytime on Samsung TV Plus, Pluto TV, or find us on your screen at snc.tv. 3 new shows, 1 powerful lineup. Salem News Channel, across America.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect winds gusting over 50 miles per hour with a mix of clouds and sun, reaching a high of 44. Tonight will be breezy early on, then mostly cloudy with a low of 31. Tomorrow will bring cloudy skies with a chance of a rain or snow shower in some areas, and temperatures reaching a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Good Friday morning. Amy Jacobson here, Jeannie Ives in for Dan Proft. And we were talking about let them eat steak and let them eat lobster. Because I saw your tweet or your ex post. I'm still going to call it Twitter.
Call him tweet.
You know what? You tweeted. And it was spectacular because you took the big guy, our Governor J.B. Pritzker, to task because Pete Hegseth yesterday, Secretary of War, came under fire for spending money on lobster and steak.
And I was so appalled. So here was Pritzker, what he posted on Twitter or his X file. I say X file. I don't know why I say that. Here's J.B. Pritzker. Trump kicked millions off SNAP so families can't eat. Pete Hegseth spent $6.9 million on lobster tail, a fraction of the $93 billion he burned in a single month. This is a party of waste, fraud, and abuse. I've never been so appalled. I've never wanted to call somebody out more than I want to. First of all, so this is what I wrote.
Yeah, this is great. Everybody listen up.
Governor Pritzker, you're pathetic. At no time in your life would you have ever qualified to serve your country in uniform. You broke your leg just by standing
at the state fair.
Yes, he did. Mm-hmm. These guys have trained rigorously to take on our enemies because they know they could die and their team could die if they screw up. They're deployed for months at a time. They're in a danger zone. I say let them eat steak and lobster every night. And never, ever compare our service members to illegals who should be deported and able-bodied adults who should get a job instead of taking government money. So that's exactly what he did. I wanted to call him a fat slob. I don't usually do that.
I know.
I don't usually do that. But for this guy who literally could have never, at no point in his life, would he have qualified to enter the military.
Right.
He's never been in shape his entire life.
Well, he's trying now because he wants to run for president, but he's doing it. He's taking Wegovy or Ozempic, but he is walking. So he's walking now.
And he does this. When we just lost 4 service members in a KC-135 refueling thing, when we've already lost 7 others prior to that, when 2 others are likely missing, you don't survive a KC-135. There's no punch-out seat, Governor Pritzker. What the hell? Does he not understand how rigorous this training is?
No, he doesn't. Because he was born with $2 billion in his crib.
He has no idea. And for him to say that this is fraud, waste, and abuse, when $5.2 billion in unemployment fraud that you've done nothing about. Nothing. Pay up, and businesses, go ahead.
And then everybody leaves.
It's disgusting. He's a disgusting POS.
Yep. But it was great, and you can retweet it. If you guys want to retweet it out, that'd be great. Jeannie Ives, at Jeannie Ives, JeAnneives. So you got that handle. Got a text message into the show. Amy and Jeannie. The Navy spends money on lobster, crab, and steak for special meals the night before we pull into port for Liberty after a month at sea. So that was, that he said it's not uncommon for this to happen. So I don't know why because it's Trump, orange man bad. They have to pick away at everything.
And honestly,
at the time when we're at war with Israel against Iran, for Pritzker to say that just shows how he's just, I don't want to use the word moron. He's just not intellectually sound, and he should not be our governor, and gosh darn it, he should not be the president of the United States, because that's what he's angling for. And everybody that helps and supports Juliana Stratton, like Tammy Duckworth, promising her a cabinet position already. They're moving all their ducks in a row thinking that he's going to be our next president.
There's no way. There's no way he will be. He's delusional.
But I have said that before. When he went for re-election after our COVID fiasco, and how, you mess with me, that's one thing. You mess with my kids, that's another thing. I thought for sure he was going to lose the election. But then Roe v. Wade was overturned. And then I knew that he was going to use that to say that's why he needs to be reelected again.
sure, he used it, but let's face it, the unions keep him elected.
Oh, that's true, too.
And that's not what the rest of the country is like. The rest of the country lives in a world that's much more sane than the state of Illinois. And honestly, people, you're like, we can't do anything about this, or the Illinois Republican Party's the problem, or there's not enough money, or my campaign didn't get well funded. I mean, the truth is if voters just voted differently, if they spent 2 minutes paying attention to who they're electing,
or even voting. I mean,
yes.
I was at a function yesterday where no one was. I said, "Well, who are you voting for? Are you voting for Ted? What's going on? I'm not going to vote." The next person, I'm not voting. Next person. So I talked them all into voting, and that's why I'm losing my voice. It's exhausting. Mm-hmm. Even people that are Republicans, they're conservatives, they're sitting this one out. Why? Don't sit this one out. And also, too, early vote. This is the last weekend before Tuesday's election. Polling places are open Saturday and Sunday. So there's no excuse. You can go to church and then just go to vote and vote early. And this is the first time I've ever voted early.
And the primaries matter. Who you elect in the primary does make a difference in the general, especially in this year's race for governor in the Republican primary. Again, it's very important that you put the right person in that can beat Pritzker.
And it's funny because I saw another tweet. Rick Heidner gave $5,000 to Tony Preckwinkle, and Tony Preckwinkle took it. And all she's been doing this whole campaign is bashing Brendan Riley for being in bed with Trump, a Trump supporter. And Brendan Riley took out after her, basically saying, who's in bed with Trump now? Because Rick has a relationship with Trump and has had his kids at his house. And
yeah, it is kind of comical. So Preckwinkle's getting beat up for taking a donation from Heidner, and Heidner's getting beaten up for donating to Preckwinkle. So very comical.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, National Women's History Month hijacked. We'll explain.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Mike Lindell and the MyPillow employees want to thank you for your great support this past year. They want to make 2026 the best year ever. So to thank you, they are giving you free shipping on your entire order and wholesale pricing. So they are bringing back the mega sale. For example, the classic MyPillows, regularly $49.98, now only $14.98. Turn any mattress into the best mattress ever with the Made in the USA MyPillow My Mattress Topper and save up to $100. Get a set of MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets for as low as $29.98 or the 6-pack towel set for only $34.98. To get the best specials ever, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. These offers won't last long, so call 800-489-0201 or go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY. Order now and your entire order ships absolutely free.
When you can no longer handle your own home, Hearthstone Assisted Living at the Lutheran Home in Arlington Heights is here to help make life easier. Experience upscale living with comprehensive health services. We offer fine dining, engaging activities, available chaplains, weekly worship services, and quality amenities including a bistro, expansive library, and general store. For a limited time, mention WYLL for an additional discount. Call 847-595-5024 or visit LutheranLifeCommunities.org.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. AM 560. The Answer.
All right, quickly before we move to our month. A month. How embarrassing. Let's go to Craig in Mount Greenwood. Hi, Craig. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Amy, Jeannie. Thanks for taking my call. You guys, your conversation this morning and discussion is right over the target when you were talking about we have these people that are not, they don't like us and that they can be imposters not only in the military, but also in around us all in our cities and that there's so many of these people that came in here and we don't know anything what's on their mind or what they want to do and all that. And I'm so disappointed to realize that the potential is really high in the military for sabotage, where you got these people from other places and leftists and that. It doesn't even take like a Muslim or something that is a terrorist kind of person or extremist. It could be just a leftist that's there in the military to just want to do harm to our military, and it's just a concern.
Yeah. Absolutely. Remember Major Hassan, who took out like 13 service members, and he was the quote-unquote psychologist.
Right.
Down in, I think it was Fort Sill. I can't remember right now, but it was
it was a
ago.
base in Texas, I believe. Yeah, we always have to be vigilant, but especially now. And thank God, I think of that synagogue, that school and synagogue in suburbs of Detroit that was attacked yesterday. I'm so glad that they have security guards that are armed and ready to fight, because they knew a fight was coming to them, and they handled it beautifully. They took him down within seconds.
Well, our own Catholic Church had a whole discussion about safety and security, and it was fires, medical emergency, if somebody were to get violence, possibly. And this all happened after the Minneapolis shooting of
the Annunciation Catholic Church.
Yes.
Yeah, the school.
The school with the school children. And so they've taken on a new awareness on this as well. So I've never seen that before in a Catholic church.
Right. And then the place where I still work, they hired a security guard finally, which is good, because I feel like this is a soft target. Because when that Annunciation Catholic school shooting happened, I called them right away. And they're like, this just happened. Please be careful. And they have locked doors, but now they have a security guard there to protect them. So that's a suburban Catholic school. Thank goodness. Okay. How are we celebrating, Jeannie? Justin, have you and Quinn?
Lobster.
Have you and Quinn gotten us anything for National Women's History Month, which I'm butchering the title? It's Women's History Month. Okay. And this is the thing. We still don't know what a woman is, right?
Okay. Also in that same paragraph, it mentions woman. Could you give us a definition of a woman?
Hello? Uh-oh.
I really am just shocked that there's opposition to supporting something like Title IX, which has given opportunities to people who have been held back for generations. And
This
your
isn't
line of
opposition to
questioning,
Title IX.
your line of questioning is offensive.
Okay. Well, you still didn't answer the question. What's the definition of a woman? We can't have it both ways. If we're going to do specific legislation for women, I think we need to clearly define it.
Title IX.
Nobody is in opposition to Title IX. Title IX is protecting girls' sports, and we're all for that.
Title IX is protecting anybody who identifies as female.
Okay. So that was State Representative Blaine Wheelhauer when Katie Stewart decided to run Katie Stewart is a Democrat state legislator out of Madison County. She's been there since 2013. I served with her too. And she ran a resolution celebrating Title IX. It was like their 50-year anniversary of it or something like this. So this was probably 2 years ago. And Katie Stewart also ran the bathroom bill, saying that you can use whatever bathroom you decide.
Oh.
Okay, so she's one of those. She also voted for, of course, tampons in the boys' bathroom starting in 4th grade. So she's one of these radical, progressive Democrats that honestly doesn't get enough scrutiny. And so Blaine Wheelhauer went after her, and he did an excellent job because they can't figure this out still.
I know. And so the Alliance Defending Women and Freedom partnered up with XXXY. That's what Jennifer Say started. And they put out a beautiful video and audio that we want you to hear, because this is what Women's History Month should be about, right? Pointing out the ridiculous and then getting to the hardcore.
And I do want to mention that this video was so well done, but it was mostly just words. So we had a AI voice add to it so you can listen online.
For equal protection purposes, what does it mean to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
We do not have a definition for the court.
We knew what a woman was when the first one was elected to Congress. We knew what a woman was when women gained the right to vote. We knew what a woman was when the first one ran the Boston Marathon. We knew what a woman was when Title IX passed. We knew what a woman was when the first one became a Supreme Court justice. We knew what a woman was when the WNBA was created. We knew what a woman was when the first one became National Security Advisor. We knew what a woman was when the first one became Vice President. So why doesn't the ACLU legal team know what a woman is now?
We do not have a definition for the court.
How can a court determine whether there's discrimination on the basis of sex without knowing what sex means for equal protection purposes?
Isn't that great? 312-642-5600. Of course, Women's History Month has been hijacked by the trans community. Here's Hillary Clinton. She spoke at the Munich Security Council. I know this is old, but when I listened to it, I thought, what? Women's issues are not trans issues. Trans men are not women.
Someone who's been involved in this work for a long time in trying to explain and truly bring people together around issues of gender, and that's Sarah McBride, U.S. Congresswoman from the state of Delaware. You know, as a gender rights champion, and also the first openly transgender member of the United States Congress, you've been on the front lines of this fight, and you've also been on the receiving end of so many threats and attacks that come from, again.
Okay, so speaking of, quote, Sarah and quote, McBride, formerly known as Tim, a cross-dressing man who serves in Congress, he was celebrated by Batavia School District. Early on Thursday morning, March 12, 2026, Batavia School District 101 chose to leap with both feet into the turbulent cultural waters, writes Lori Higgins, by celebrating leftist views on both homosexuality and the trans superstition that denies the meaning of physical embodiment as male or female. That's right, they celebrated Mr. McBride for Women's History Month. They posted, Sarah McBride was born on August 9th in Delaware. At a young age, she became interested in politics and government. McBride eventually ran for the state Senate and won, making her the first openly transgender person elected to the United States Senate. She was also the first transgender person to address a major party convention. La, 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 la. She went on to work this and that. She continues to fight for equal rights for the LGBTQ plus community, as well as writing several books. This is Batavia Public High School.
District what? 101?
District 101.
Yep. And this is why, you know, and then Libs of TikTok got a hold of this and put it on X and just wrote, wow, Batavia Public School District 101 in Illinois made a post honoring Rep. Tim McBride, a man pretending to be a woman, for Women's History Month. I have no words. Parents, beware of the school. So what happened to this post? Where is it?
Well,
what's going on,
they took
Jeannie?
it down.
Oh,
apparently
no.
they took that down.
Nothing can be erased on the internet.
Now, so far, Batavia has only honored one other woman, and that was astronaut Mae Jemison. No celebration, Lori Higgins writes, of Amy Coney Barrett, Condoleezza Rice, Jeannie Kirkpatrick, Phyllis Schlafly, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Elizabeth Blackwell, on and on. There's so many other really prominent women. Instead, they choose a trans woman. Your high schools are so politicized in this state, and parents, you should be outraged.
They should demand better. This is a tweet real quick from Governor Pritzker. As we kick off Women's History Month, Donald Trump is hell-bent on eroding the advancements of the generations of women that have made this place great. We're making it clear to the president that we won't go back in time in Illinois. We're fighting for a future that moves us forward. Are we being oppressed, Jeannie? Because this tweet he put out on the same day that Trump was liberating some of the most abused and oppressed women in the world in Iran. That's the day that he put this out. So I'll support Trump's mission in Iran over Pritzkers. So let's see who's remembered as a champion of women in history, Governor Pritzker or President Trump.
Well, we know the answer to that. Do we have time for Ron or not?
No, you know what? We're up against the clock, but we're going to tease the story that's coming up next because we're on this. It's one of the biggest hoaxes since Jussie Smollett, and the mainstream media is slowly catching on. I am obsessed with this story. I know we talked about it yesterday, but it's great. It's a good story. It's an amazing story, and it involves a politician who really, he wants to be your next congressman in the 8th Congressional District. So we'll talk about that.
And it's another Democrat hoax.
Yes, that's for sure. All right, today we are going to have wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. When you drove to work today, I was on Irving Park when I was driving down Irving to the highway. I hate to tell you, but there were campaign signs flying all over the place. So be two hands on the wheel today. We're going to have sunshine, but a high of 46 degrees. Then over the weekend, Saturday, cloudy with rain or snow showers and spots. Chilly, a high of 40 degrees. And then on Sunday, rain, breezy, warmer, turning sharply colder at night with some snow on Sunday as well, a high near 60. So that's good.
I might have to start drinking before the Southside Irish Parade.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're going to go with Ted? And
yeah, I'll be marching with Ted. But It doesn't sound like it's going to be fun unless I've maybe had a little hotty-toddy.
I remember once in March it was 90 degrees for the St. Patrick's, the Southside Irish Day Parade, but that was one time. And the rest, it was miserable. All right. We'll take your phone calls all morning long, 312-642-5600, or you can text us and be sure to listen to us Monday through Friday from 11 to noon. It is now 6 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
Still searching for 2 missing. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After a U.S. military plane crashed in Iraq during the conflict with Iran, 4 other Americans are dead.
This crash in Iraq was a refueling plane, and officials are clear to say there was no enemy fire involved, no friendly fire involved. An investigation is continuing. 4 U.S. service members killed in the crash in western Iraq yesterday. A search underway, a rescue operation for the 2 remaining crew members.
That's Fox's Steve Harrigan in Armenia near the border with Iran, which today keeps firing drones into Gulf countries that house U.S. bases as the U.S. and Israel keep attacking Iran. Next hour, we'll get an update from the War Secretary. After a Trump post early this morning on Truth Social, the president wrote, "Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today." He told Fox's Brian Kilmeade in an interview that'll air on Brian's radio show at 10 a.m. this morning.
We are decimating them. We've knocked out most of their missiles. We've knocked out many of their drones. We knocked out a lot of the manufacturing areas where they manufacture the missiles and now the drones.
Again, that'll be on the Brian Kilmeade radio show at 10 a.m. Eastern. Out of Michigan, where Fox's Madison Scorpino reports, we're learning more about the attacker who drove a truck into a synagogue near Detroit and started shooting, but he was shot dead by security.
DHS says his name is Ayman Mohammed Ghazali. He's 41 years old. He was born in Lebanon, entered the U.S. in 2010, and became a U.S. citizen in 2016. And according to the Dearborn Heights mayor, where that suspect lived, he lost several members of his family, including his niece and nephew, in an airstrike this weekend in Lebanon as part of the war in Iran. So that may have prompted this attack.
At Old Dominion University in Virginia, a convicted ISIS supporter shot and killed an ROTC instructor and wounded 2 Army personnel, and then others fought back.
There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive.
FBI agent Dominique Evans. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 42 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560. The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Governor J.B. Pritzker says God was looking out for the people in Kankakee County this week. Jim Talamonte reports.
The governor visited the area on Thursday after severe storms, including an EF3 level tornado, caused extensive damage on Tuesday.
But one thing, and God was looking out for people here, is that there were really very few injuries. They were relatively minor. There were no deaths.
Pritzker said almost 500 structures were affected and at least 30 homes were totally destroyed.
Many of the people who've been displaced have family that live in the area, and they've gone to stay with their family while their homes are being repaired or maybe for long.
I'm Jim Talamonte.
A North Suburban Round Lake Beach couple is pleading not guilty in connection to the death of an 8-year-old boy. Dominique Servant and her boyfriend, Joey Ruffin, have been charged with first-degree murder in the February February 6th death of servant young son, Markel Pierce. The boy was allegedly beaten with a belt and was forced to hold an 8-pound weight over his head and was denied food. The couple is also charged with aggravated battery to a child, aggravated domestic battery, and endangering the life or health of a child. Ruffian and servant could be sentenced to life in prison if convicted and remain in Lake County Jail while awaiting trial. A Chicago man is accused of being the driver in a deadly hit-and-run that happened more than a year ago on the city's south side. Richard Harris has been charged with leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, failure to report an accident resulting in death, and possession of a controlled substance. Authorities say the defendant was responsible for the incident that happened on December 26 of 2024 that killed a 77-year-old male pedestrian. This report is a service of the AM 560 Advantage. Membership has its privileges, including early access to event tickets, exclusive contest opportunities, and special members-only content. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you listen to the mainstream media and the Democrats, you'd think it was a sin to be black and conservative. Well, John Anthony blows up that perception every week on Black and Right. Join John tomorrow afternoon at 4 when he pushes back against the left and its regressive, progressive agenda that tries to dictate how people should think or feel about politics. Listen to Black and Right tomorrow afternoon at 4, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today! Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words switch today in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Casey Klebeck, and I'm running for the United States Senate. Our country faces serious challenges. Rising taxes, rising costs of food, housing, and health care. I'm running to change that with a bold agenda that puts working American first. My plan eliminates taxes on real estate, Social Security income, and retirement income. It removes taxes for students and young married couples, creates 5-year tax holiday for new small businesses, and delivers free prescription drugs for seniors, disabled Americans, and veterans. I'll take no salary. My seat will not be bought by lobbyists. My only client is you. I want to be your voice in Washington, fighting every day for lower taxes, secure borders, safe communities, a retirement you can count on, and keeping the promise of the American dream alive for the generations to come. Please vote for me on March 17. I'm Casey Klebeck, and I approve this message.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. We are looking good on the Edens, 15 in, 13 out. From Lake Cook to Montrose, the Kennedy inbound is 17 from O'Hare to Byrne Interchange outbound, 39 minutes, all because of an earlier accident that has been cleared at Harlem Avenue. You've got 14 minutes both ways on the Ike from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 24 in on the Stevenson, 23 out from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore, and the Dan Ryan is 14 in, 11 out from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. Stop and go on the Bishop Ford inbound between Stony Island Feeder and the Dan Ryan, and slow on the Jane Addams eastbound on the exit ramp to the Tri-State. This report is a service of Team Hochberg. They've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners with the best rates and service. Let Team Hochberg help you by visiting 56david.com or call 855-563-2843. That's 56david.com, Atlantic Coast Mortgage Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 613114. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect winds gusting over 50 miles per hour with a mix of clouds and sun, reaching a high of 44. Tonight will be breezy early on, then mostly cloudy with a low of 31. Tomorrow will bring cloudy skies with a chance of a rain or snow shower in some areas, and temperatures reaching a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
The ladies are in today, and we are exposing what we believe is a hoax. Good morning, Amy Jacobson here. Jeannie Eyes were in for Dan, who probably is golfing. Maybe.
I didn't check in with him. I don't know.
You didn't?
No.
Okay, I didn't either, but he's probably hitting that little white ball down the fairway. Hopefully he's not embarrassing the family and doing well. Because when he went to Trump National on the 5th hole, that's where Trump was shot. It's a long par 3. He did horribly. I'm like, Dan, what are you doing? You got to, come on, don't embarrass us. Represent. All right, but this is a story that is slowly, I mean slowly, making its way into the mainstream media. The mainstream media here in Chicago cannot ignore this story anymore. And this is the case of a woman named Sunny Negvi.
It's actually our version of why Dan Proft is single.
Oh.
Honestly.
Right.
So you would stay away from this chick.
Oh, yeah. And we've been
as far as you could.
We talked about this yesterday, but we've been doing some more digging. Basically, she went allegedly with her coworkers, even though she doesn't have a job, to go to India for a work trip. I'm doing air quotes. And on the way back, she claims that she was detained by customs, then transferred.
At O'Hare, she was detained by customs.
Transferred to Broadview, the facility there, then transferred up north to Dodge County, Wisconsin. And then she was gone for 48 hours. Where's Sunny? They went there. They were chanting, "Where's Sunny?" Just listen to the crowd. They're furious.
Oh, update. We've reached critical mass here. We have Kevin Morrison still here doing all of the work we can to make sure that Sunny is released. We have a contingent of additional police officers, broad that just rolled up, that are ignoring questions at this point. We've had a couple investigations. Most recent update.
I mean, last we know is her phone was on at 8:08. She got one text message out. It was right here at the Broadview detention facility, and then her phone was turned off, and they keep denying that they've ever had her at the facility whatsoever.
Well, a lot of swearing going on there. So they had a rally outside Broadview facility. U.S. Senator Dick Durbin was there, and they got all these progressive candidates there, like "Free Sunny now." And then on Sunday, somehow she was miraculously found at a Holiday Inn where she allegedly hitchhiked from the jail in Wisconsin. She hitchhiked 9 miles to this Holiday Inn, and they found her, and she's this big, reunion with her family members.
Well, the mouthpiece for her has been Kevin Morrison, and I know Dan has not covered this as much as we have, but Amy, you and I have been really strident about these anti-ICE walkouts that the high schoolers have been doing. And Kevin Morrison is a current county board member in Cook County. He's running for the 8th Congressional District. He's been leading these walkouts. And so he became the mouthpiece for Sunny. And we're using her name because we're both name assassinators.
Right, but that's what they chant. Everybody calls her Sunny.
Everybody calls her Sunny.
He's family friends with her and her sister.
So he's taken this on as his cause. He's made it his responsibility to free Sunny. He's been the lead person on this topic, and it's all a hoax.
So WGN TV, DHS refutes Evanston's natives detention claim at O'Hare. They also tweeted out the Department of Homeland Security, quote, "The passengers' claims are blatantly false," all in capital lettering. Sunny Negvi arrived at O'Hare at 10:21 a.m. on March 5th. CBP officers referred her to secondary screening for additional inspection, and we'll tell you why later, based on law enforcement checks. And, they do that to people. They conducted a, bag exam. She departed within 90 minutes from the second that she got off the plane when she arrived back in the United States. She was not taken into custody or transferred to ICE for detention. 312-642-5600. That's our line where you could call us or text us on your thoughts of where Sonny was for 48 hours.
Yeah, but
and why this is happening.
Yeah, like you had mentioned, she is a habitual liar. Included in this expose, and I appreciate the Chicago Tribune for writing about it. She said she had been traveling for a work trip with a German software company when she was detained at O'Hare, and that she was flying back with 5 other coworkers. Well, that particular company...
Yes, Senior Solutions. Remember this name.
Yes.
Senior Solutions Architect.
Yes. And they said that Nakvi had never been employed there, nor had any of its employees been detained at O'Hare. She's an absolute liar.
She took it down because on her LinkedIn page, it listed her. That's what she put down. That's who she claimed that she worked for. That's another lie. And then in the video, when you see her entering customs at O'Hare, she's not with any coworkers. She's by herself.
Yeah.
312-642-5600. I'm just happy that they're catching on to this.
So they have an actual protest for her. She refuses to speak to anyone. I think that's clue number 1.
Well, that's why the Tribune and the Sun-Times, the reporters are actually doing their job, because they tried to talk to her and she wouldn't speak. So then they were wondering, well, what's up with this chick? Mm-hmm. And what we found out is that she has a pretty strange past. She was a student at University of Illinois, and she accused a professor of, she claimed that the professor said to her, I'll change your grade in exchange for sexual favors. And that professor's whole life was turned upside down because he is no longer at University of Illinois because of this. They found that to be a hoax. It was a lie. That never happened between the professor and her. But then he sued University of Illinois for $7.9 million. He claims in this article that I read at the College Fix that he applied for close to 40 jobs in his field and nobody would hire him because she destroyed him. And the reason she got kicked out of University of Illinois is a month later, after she made this elaborate lie, she got into a kerfluffle with her ex-boyfriend, and they went in and broke into an apartment and damaged a computer. So, and then she filed a false police report claiming that she was sexually assaulted, essentially raped, by her ex-boyfriend. And all of that was a lie because she pled guilty in 2022 to making up that lie and is on probation for that lie. So I think that that's why they gave her a secondary screening at O'Hare, because of that. But still, she's off probation, but this is like psychotic.
Absolutely. And she's coming up again and again. I mean, folks, do your homework here, Kevin Morrison. Nobody does. Dick Durbin. They don't check out who they're supporting. They just want to believe that ICE is a bad actor here, that CBP detained a citizen without
she was
checking
born
her
in
out.
Evanston. So that I kept watching this because I follow Kevin on the social medias, and he kept talking about, where are they taking her?
We had present here both Broadview and Cook County Sheriff's Police who ICE directly lied to their faces, saying that no woman had ever been brought to this facility, nor had been detained. They lied throughout. I had been in communication with an immigration attorney who was in direct contact with someone at the U.S. Attorney General's office. They asked for Sonny's phone number so they could search the facility for her phone.
Now, her family, in their defense, saying, but her phone is pinging from this facility in Broadview. Her phone is pinging from Dodge County. And both of those organizations, these law enforcement agencies, all 4 have come forward and said, we never had her. We don't know what you're talking about. She's not there. And now she's claiming that her baggage and luggage is in Broadview when you can see her on the video. I mean, there's cameras everywhere, honey, of her walking out of O'Hare Airport with her bags and her purse and her luggage.
What do they think, that she's not on film? Does she think she's not on film, that nobody's tracking this stuff? There's not a paper trail about what she's doing and video evidence. She thinks she can get away with this.
But they're sticking by their story, and they're being very quiet. And even Mayor Johnson yesterday, he wasn't taking any questions because a reporter from Block Club was complaining on social media. Mayor Johnson, I wanted to ask him a question about the woman detained by ICE at O'Hare for 30 hours. The mayor refused to answer because it's not, quote, an on-topic question. I'm sorry, but public officials don't get to dictate what types of questions the press can ask them. So, I mean, people wanted to ask him about it, and he just walked away.
Well, he
was there along the river talking about we're going to have, this another swim-a-thon next year, and then he left.
I mean, I just chalk this up to one more hoax by the left. I mean, you had the Jussie Smollett.
Because how are they going to dig their way out of this? Just like with Jussie Smollett. Jussie Smollett, Jeannie, still thinks he's still sticking by that story. I don't know if you saw that. No, if you saw the Netflix former superintendent, Eddie Johnson, was amazing. It's an hour and a half long. Everybody should see it. And he's still sticking with the story. And I think that they're going to stick with this story until after Tuesday. They're going to hide from the media, not say a word. She's not taking any phone calls now from the Tribune, not answering her door.
Well, there is no doubt that it was a media stunt by Kevin Morrison to keep his name out there in a very crowded primary race for the Congressional District 8. That's why he was doing this. He wanted to be on the side and against ICE because that's all they have is anti-Trump. Remember the Juliana Stratton, the reason that she ran that commercial, F Trump, F Trump, F Trump, that's all, is because she wanted to elevate her name ID, and it worked.
Oh, yeah.
It worked big time. She is neck and neck with Raja Krishnamurthy, according to the most recent polling.
I believe it.
And she did that because it's anti-Trump, anti-ICE, and that's all that they are running on.
312-642-5600. Let's go to the phone lines. Joseph in beautiful Milford, Illinois. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, guys. Thanks for picking up the job for Dan today.
Yeah, no problem.
I guess the first thing I'd say is that I'm shocked that the media and the Democrats would just go run this story and not verify anything.
Yeah, because it's not a story. That's the thing.
Well, actually, the media is doing their job on this story.
Now they are. They are. But
they didn't at first, but...
Right, but that's the thing. At first, there should have been no at first because there wasn't a free Sunny. I mean, those cheers, it's so embarrassing. Thanks, Joseph, for the phone call.
How many other people, though, did she involve in this hoax? Obviously, all of her family.
Yeah, her mom and her sister.
They were all part of this hoax. Let's not forget that, folks.
Do you think so? Or she might just be that
they know who she
unstable
is.
Or crazy.
Are they that, blind to who she is in her past?
Well, this is okay. So speaking of her past, so I dug a little deeper into this relationship where she had with her two ex-boyfriends. I mean, I can't even explain what's going on, but I do want to tell you that the Champaign, Illinois detective, his name was David Monahan. He said the activity of her and her ex-boyfriend, both were expelled from U of I for their actions. He said, quote, "It's a level of depravity that is hard to describe." Doesn't that speak volumes?
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, let's go to Dan in Will County. Hi, Dan.
Yeah, good morning. Could you disclose for us idiots the contact information for this demon-crat? I call them demon-crats. For this demon-crat, Kevin Morrison, his phone number, address, anything you can, so we can call and give this a-hole our thoughts on his support for this B. I'll just say B. Thank you.
Well, I would just try and contact him at his website, Kevin Morrison for Congress. That's, KevinMorrisonForCongress.com.
His comms person's name is Brian. I've been reaching out, and they've been ignoring me, Jeannie.
Yeah, well,
I wonder why.
You can go ahead and try and contact them if you want to via the website. Otherwise, we don't know how to.
We have some great text messages pouring in. How long before Sonny Smollett runs for Congress as a progressive Democrat? That's from, of course, the
That's
Amish
exactly
texter.
What she wants to do.
Sonny Smollett. Coming to FX. It's never sunny in Philadelphia or Broadview. That's Dave from Geneva. Thank you so much. Appreciate those text messages. Keep them coming in. Let's go to Neil in LaGrange. Good morning.
Good morning. Amy, you hit the nail on the head. She was on camera from the minute she stepped out of that airplane. And then as soon as she gets into a car, they've got all these automated license plate readers everywhere. And this also kind of reminds me like the reaction of all the politicians. If you remember a few years ago when Georgia changed all their voting laws and all that, and then they moved the
MLB
All-Star game.
Yep.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So all these the politicians, you had nobody did their homework. It all started. I think there was a reporter that didn't do their homework, and then Sleepy Joe said this is Jim Crow too, and nobody's doing their homework. But the bigger picture is like, look at all these clowns and bozos that are running for all these Democratic positions. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, can we not find better candidates to run? I can't believe that they actually believe half the stuff that comes out of their mouth. And it's all the same. It's all Trump, Trump, Trump. There's never any policies. And and then we wonder why Illinois is in bad shape. I mean, I sent a text on your thing today, like with Pritzker, I think the numbers were when he became governor, what were like $35 billion in debt. Now we're like 250 or 230 billion in debt, something like that.
Yeah,
it's a little bit different
than
that. But yeah.
if the Bears leave, he's done.
I don't know.
I don't know. But the unions are so strong here, Neil, and that's part of the problem. The unions control the vote, and they vote for themselves, their pensions, and public sector unions primarily, but the private unions get in on it too.
Yeah.
So that's our problem.
So back to this detective who I'm trying to hunt down in Champaign. He said he spent 100 hours investigating that crazy pair. And investigating her because she filed sexual harassment complaints against that Professor Joe Petrie. As long as what we know so far, that $7.9 million lawsuit, it did pass summary judgment, and that's all we've heard. So we don't know if they're settled, if they're working on a settlement, but I mean, she ruined his life. And she ruined her former boyfriend's life by, saying that he sexually assaulted her, and that was fake too. I mean, she has some problems. So Kevin Morrison should be careful who he's friends with, And if she needs help, her family should get her help. That's the first thing that should happen.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Tidora Brown, running for Congress in Illinois' 11th District. I'm not a career politician. I'm a mom, homeschooling my kids through today's chaos. I'll fight for real education choices, not bureaucracy. Schools that educate and not silence parents. District 11 deserves safe communities and real economic growth. Your cash, your community. On March 17th, make the right choice. Choose Tidora Brown, the only candidate who can take on Bill Foster. I'm Tidora Brown, and I approve this message.
Wealth Health Radio. The biggest fears that people have is, do I have enough money to retire? Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. To make sure that you're going through retirement with confidence. Learn principles of income planning. There's a lot of different facets that you need to take into consideration when you're retiring. Tune in to Wealth Health Radio with Joe Murphy, noon to 1 p.m. Sundays on AM 560. The Answer.
If your investments are in a 401k or an IRA, then listen carefully. You spent 30, maybe 40 years building your retirement. The question is, are you about to watch it take a hit you can't recover from? Military escalation in Iran, tariffs in legal chaos, the U.S. dollar under pressure it hasn't seen in years. History is clear. When this much uncertainty hits at once, the investors who moved into gold and silver first came out ahead. Right now, Advantage Gold is offering a free gold investment kit and a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's powerful new book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000. Thousands of Americans have already rolled over a portion of their 401k or IRA into physical gold and silver, completely tax and penalty free through Advantage Gold. Don't wait for the next surge to wish you had moved sooner. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Whoa, who's this?
This is Hasselus Mattress.
I thought you didn't have any employees.
That's right. Our showrooms are employee-free. Give our mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy.
But you still answer the phone?
Of course. That's one of 3 easy ways to order your Sealy Posturepedic and Beauty Rest mattress. Do it by phone, online, or at our in-store kiosk.
So, no employees.
Saves you money. Through Monday, trade in your old mattress and get additional savings of $248 off a queen and $348 off a king. And that's on top of our everyday low prices.
Okay.
Others sell a Sealy Posturepedic Queen Emeryville A mattress for $1,279, but Hasselus has it for just $838. Check out big discounts on Beauty Rest and more too. Plus, free next day delivery.
Keep this up and you'll be named Non-Employee of the Month.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, we're still going to take some real quick phone call. Jordan in Antioch, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Jordan. Jordan?
Hello, sorry.
You all right there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm driving a garbage truck doing 2 things at once. I had to cut the stop. So in regards to this chick, I don't even want to know her name. Don't really care.
Sunny.
Maybe the media is finally doing their job because they see a little bit of shades of Nick Sandman or the Jussie Smollett debacle that the media was a part of, and they're afraid to get slapped down with defamation. But maybe that's exactly what DOJ needs. We have a sitting senator who's on his way out, thank God. And then we have a wannabe senator. Plus we have the media and everybody else. Why can't DOJ get involved and actually say, okay, well, we should probably investigate this and then bring some defamation or slander suits? I mean, is that even a possibility? Because this is ridiculous that these guys get to throw these grenades and nothing ever gets done with it when it's just lies.
They should have never covered the story. But it was, once like he's a Cook County commissioner, so he's in a position of power, and he's going to be outside Broadview, and he's looking for his friend who's an American citizen. I mean, it was so juicy they couldn't pass it up.
And that's fine. The taxpayer dollars are being spent looking for a habitual liar and another hoax. So maybe DOJ needs to get involved. And seeing as though now we've got a U.S. senator involved, maybe feds can get involved, take a look at it.
And actually Dick Durbin knew where he was and who he was fighting for.
I am on Kevin Morrison's page, and he put out a press advisory. Commissioner Kevin Morrison, community leaders and candidates to host press conference at Broadview demanding answers about Sunny Nakvi.
Yeah.
So he was looking for the media to get there. He wanted the media attention. It's really, really hard to, run a defamation suit against any political figure, any public figure. It's not going to happen.
And she's not going to be charged with anything because she didn't file a police report. She just made up allegedly this ruse. But even Channel 9, so they got a hold of Sunny's sister yesterday, and she said, she doesn't want this to be about her. This is about everyone illegally detained.
Changing the story.
Yeah, so this is how they're going to flip it. Like, oh, it's not about my sister. We don't need to talk about my sister. Let's talk about the other people who are illegally detained.
Well, I just want to make sure that we tell the whole story.
Yes.
Because we're known for the real story.
Yeah. 11 to noon, Monday through Friday.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. And we did cover this last year, yesterday, but we've got more information now. And okay, so this economics professor, Petrie, he did admit to having a relationship with Sonny.
After she graduated.
Yes, he said it didn't take place until 9 months after she completed his course in late 2017. He didn't know when they started communicating socially. That she was a former student. Eventually, he did. However, he said his classes averaged more than 1,000 students each semester. Wow. He did say any messages sent through the unnamed internet platform or text were always consensual. Who knows what those were? He said she asked him to send her pictures via Snapchat, assuring him that they disappear so it would be safe to use. So she's luring him in.
Oh, yeah.
At no point did I demand sex from her. At no point did I offer to change her grade, nor did I ever do so, he said. And his statement does not admit to a sexual relationship and indicates they only met once, and they met in person in his office in late September. And so that's the rest of the story. So he had some sort of relationship with her after she was a student, and he still, at the end, he says, I was not willing to change her grade.
We're going to stay on top of this, that's for sure. All right, we're going to change gears. Coming up next, Chicago doesn't have a death tax, but we have an estate tax. Scott Tucker explains.
Good morning. It is 44 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560. The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. The Kankakee County Sheriff's Department has confirmed that one person was found dead following Tuesday's storms. Officials were alerted to the possibility of a tornado victim at a home in Aroma Park. No further details were released regarding that victim. Governor J.B. Pritzker toured the area on Thursday, remarking that God was looking out for the people of Kankakee County, as the only injuries reported at that time had been minor. More than 500 buildings were damaged by that EF3 tornado that ripped through the area. Kankakee County Sheriff Mike Downey says the county has declared a state of emergency. An Illinois legislator is proposing a bill that will name a stretch of Chicago's Dan Ryan Expressway after late civil rights leader Reverend Jesse Jackson. State Representative Cam Buckner introduced the legislation yesterday as House Bill 5726. The planned measure would designate the Ryan from 47th Street to 95th Street as Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Memorial Highway. Jesse Jackson Sr. passed away last month at the age of 84. News is a service of American Beam and Steel structural repair licensed contractors for your home and business. Search for American Beam and Steel online to schedule your consultation directly with the owner, Mark. American Beam and Steel. A check of your roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Catch more money with leading economist Steve Moore.
I'm excited about America. I think things are going really well. I think we've turned a corner here. I think Biden economics is well behind us now. This is a miracle what's going on here. If anything, it's better than I thought it would be. So many good things happening in the economy. Low inflation, low unemployment rate, consumer confidence up, business confidence up. All of the indicators are pointing north right now.
It's More Money, Saturday at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Ted Dabrowski. I'm running for governor to breathe new life into our party and improve the quality of life in our state. Let's be honest about how we defeat Pritzker. Victory runs through the suburbs, and Darren Bailey is a disaster in the suburbs. To renominate him is to concede defeat. It's why Pritzker wanted to run against him 4 years ago and wants to again. Do you really want to experience these headlines again?
Governor J.B. Pritzker will serve another 4 years in office.
This was a resounding victory for Governor Pritzker.
The race was called just minutes after the polls closed.
Pritzker had a sizable advantage in Chicago and its suburbs.
I am the only candidate who can win the suburbs and end Pritzker's reign. It's why leading pro-lifers, American firsters, and conservative reformers support me. Republicans should always nominate the most conservative candidate who can win. That's me. I'm Ted Dabrowski, your conservative candidate for governor, and I'm asking for your vote in the Republican primary on March 17th. Paid for by Ted for Illinois.
When someone you love is living with memory loss, finding the right care isn't just important, it's everything. At Terra Vista of Oak Brook Terrace, memory care isn't an add-on, it's all we do.
When Mom moved into Terra Vista, everything changed. She's safe, engaged, and surrounded by people who truly understand dementia. and I finally get to just be her daughter again.
Terra Vista was built specifically for caring for those with Alzheimer's and other types of dementia, with secure indoor and outdoor spaces, innovative therapies, and a community that feels like home. Residents stay active, connected, and respected every single day.
And the best part? Mom can live with dignity, and I have peace of mind.
If memory care is in your future, choose the community designed for it. Choose Terra Vista of Oakbrook Terrace. Schedule a tour today at terravista.org. Again, that's terravista.org, and tell them AM560 sent you. Terra Vista, where memory care lives.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hackbrook Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. We're looking at 15 minutes both ways on the Edens from Lake Hook to Montrose. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burnt Interchange is 18 in, 31 out. Now, if you're traveling on the Ike, it's 14 minutes both ways from Wolf to the Old Post Office, but you have an accident on the entrance ramp to get onto the Ike from Independence Boulevard on the outbound side. So just keep that in mind. 23 in, 22 out on the Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore. The Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burnt Interchange is just 15 minutes. Outbound is 11, a little bit sluggish in the express lanes as you head towards the Stevenson. We're also slow on the Jane Addams westbound as you head towards the Tri-State. This report is sponsored by True Green. True Green, don't waste another weekend doing your lawn care yourself. Partner with the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and get a golf course quality lawn the easy way. Sign up at truegreen.com. Then sit back and relax. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect windy conditions with gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour at times. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 44. Tonight will remain breezy in the evening, turning mostly cloudy with a low of 31. Tomorrow will bring cloudy skies with a chance of a rain or snow shower in some areas, and it will be chilly with a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Having a good time this morning with Jeannie Ives. We're filling in for Dan, and you can listen to us Monday through Friday, 11 to noon. Right here on AM 560, The Answer. It's called The Real Story. And also, if that's not enough, Jeannie, I don't know if you know that I do a brokered show. I'm a co-host with Scott Tucker at
How
Retirement
many jobs
Dakota.
do you have, Amy? How many jobs?
I'm not done yet with my job list, but a lot of radio jobs. So I'll take work where I can get it. With that, let's welcome Scott Tucker to the program, because a lot of people, we don't have a death tax in Illinois, but we do have an estate tax. Good morning, Scott. How are you? Did you miss me?
Oh, of course I did, Amy. Yeah, we I guess you could call it a death tax. It's not an inheritance tax. It is an estate tax. So an inheritance, there are some states like Maryland where they have a tax on your estate when you pass away, and then they also have a tax on the inheritance on the other side when the folks get the money. So they tax it twice. In Illinois, we have an estate tax, and most folks aren't even aware it exists. And how you find out is if somebody you love passes away with $4 million in one penny, and then next thing you know, nearly $300,000 is going to Springfield for all the good projects that Jibs has in mind. So what we need to do is be aware that even if we have $1 million of net worth today, 10 years from now it's likely to be $2 million, and 10 years after that, $4 million. And at $4 million even, you don't owe a penny to Jibs. But if you go one penny over, there goes $300,000 to Springfield.
So then what do you do? How do you help clients that come in and have $4 million and one penny?
You tell them to move to Florida?
No. You hand them your book, Escape Illinois. Should I stay or should I go?
Yeah, if you'd like to get a free copy of my book, Escape Illinois, Should I Stay or Should I Go, you can get that at retirementdakota.com. So what happens, we have folks that are already crossing over 4 million, but we have a lot of folks that are 1 million or 2 million. So we were just meeting with a couple yesterday, and they're professionals, medical, and we'll say their net worth is already $4.1 million. And as a couple in Illinois, we can use what we call a Tucker Shelter Trust. And I need to say we're not attorneys, so we do work with a law firm to accomplish this. We put in place a Tucker Shelter Trust, and what that does is that raises their threshold in Illinois from $4 million to $8 million, because Illinois' estate tax works differently than federal. There is no what we call portability. You don't automatically get an $8 million threshold just because you're a couple. You have to have that Tucker Shelter Trust to double that threshold. And then beyond there, if we're going to bump up against that $8 million later on, we also need to consider irrevocable trust, and we work with a law firm to accomplish that.
Well, how many states have a estate or inheritance taxes? And, is there a big difference
Jeannie,
in those two?
Jeannie, this is not Stump the Chump. I don't know the number.
Okay.
There are a number of states.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this, though. The estate tax in Illinois brings in only about 1% of our overall general revenues. So about $603 million is what the estimated amount of revenues it's going to bring in this year. That's 1% of our $56 billion budget. And yet it is a reason that wealthy people move out of the state. They want to protect their assets, so they leave. And it's also a reason that you have farmers really hurting and wondering, I've got to sell off acreage just to pay the estate tax because my parents died. And I want to keep the family farm or whatever I can of it. And so for 1% of the revenues coming in, come on, give me a break. He's raised what? $16 billion in 8 years. You could easily get rid of the estate tax at this point. There's no need for it in the state of Illinois.
Yeah, it destroys family farms. It breaks up the land. It makes the farm no longer economically viable. They have to sell off land, so the acreage shrinks. The farm's less efficient. It also hits a lot of small businesses all across Chicagoland. A lot of these businesses are valued just over $4 million, and the kids want to continue to operate the business. In many cases, they're oftentimes forced to sell the business because you can't just sell off 1 acre of your commercial lot. You have to sell the entire business. So if you don't have a plan for the estate tax, the state of Illinois has a plan for you.
So do you think a lot of people think taxes don't matter in retirement?
Yeah. A lot of folks are blindly going towards retirement thinking things like, well, I'll be in a lower tax bracket in retirement. And we run projections with the folks that we meet with, and most folks would be shocked if we ran your projection what you're going to look like 5 years into retirement, 10, 20, 30 years into retirement. Your taxes, for most folks listening right now, baby boomers, Gen X folks, if most of your money is saved in tax-deferred retirement accounts like IRAs, 401ks, 403bs, deferred comp, TSP, SEP, Simple Keogh, you're going to find in retirement, probably about 5 years after you retire, all of a sudden your taxes are likely to shoot up, and at the highest federal income taxes you've ever seen in your life, and we call it the income tax ski jump. And you can't move to Florida to fix that. That's why we need to perform the tax planning that we perform at our office.
Got some text messages coming in, questions for you, Scott Tucker. Has the number always been 4 million? I thought it had been higher.
It had been lower, and I don't have it all memorized. Again, this isn't the Stump the Chump segment of the show. So it was something like 2013. It was $2 or $3 million. I think it was $3 million in 2013. So it has been increased, and there have been bills in Springfield that raised it to $6 million or $8 million, and they stall. Even there was a bill to go to $6 million, and that stalled out. We have, of course, thanks to Mr. Madigan, we had these super majorities in Springfield where we can't get anything changed for the better. And so even when it's proposed to raise it to $6 million, it dies. And that's usually those things are usually proposed by farmers or representatives of farmers, senators of farmers, but they just stall out. So there are ways with trust and things for us to plan around it. That's what we're left with because the legislature won't help.
Well, there's 12 states that have a state or an inheritance tax, plus the District of Columbia, and of course. This comes on top of a federal rate, and Illinois' top rate is 16%, so it's a significant chunk. Can we talk about something else, though, here? Because part of retirement actually is Social Security, and I know that's not meant to be a retirement, it's stream of income.
It's not going to be my wallet.
No, but I mean, actually, Trump getting rid of taxes on Social Security is significant. I do my mother-in-law's taxes. Oh, he didn't do that? I thought he did.
He did not do that.
Oh,
no.
I thought
no,
they did that.
He didn't. I mean, it was a nice campaign slogan, and I know he intended to do it.
Well, they
but
need
it was
to
not
do it.
done. Well, yeah, but this is going to be. Some of these comments will be unpopular. Social Security was tax-free until 1983, and then President Reagan and Tip O'Neill made a deal, had a bourbon or whatnot, and they made it to where if you had taxable income in retirement at certain levels, that up to 50% of your Social Security can be federally taxable. So it did start under the Reagan administration with Tip O'Neill's help. Of course, he was a Democrat House Speaker. And then in 1993, President Clinton, and I don't remember if Newt wasn't. I don't think Newt was involved in that. In 1993, President Clinton increased it to where up to 85% of your Social Security can be federally taxable if you had taxable income in retirement. There are ways around this. Well, here's how people get in trouble. They go into retirement with all their money in tax-deferred retirement accounts. They take income from those accounts in retirement, or they're forced to take the required minimum distributions in retirement. So that's taxable income federally, and that causes up to 85% of your Social Security to be federally taxable in retirement when you're not even working. We also plan around that, and we use different techniques. We can use Roth conversions, Section 7702 conversions. We can use all sorts of different maneuvers to eliminate taxable income in retirement so that your Social Security is finally federally tax-free. What President Trump did get done is in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that was signed on the 4th of July, he made a senior deduction that only is good for individuals that are 65 plus, and it's within certain income levels and things. So there is a senior deduction for a lot of folks, but Social Security is still not federally tax-free if you don't plan for it.
Okay, well, thanks
bummer.
for that.
Well, what about what's in the big beautiful bill then? When in regards to Social Security? Well,
well, there's that senior deduction. If you're 65 plus, there's a senior deduction.
Well, that's something. Yeah, no, not really.
It's something. It's just not. It's not as good as having not to worry about Social Security taxes or federal taxes on Social Security.
Are you at all pushing, or is your industry pushing? Because I don't see enough push on this in actually getting rid of the Social Security and letting people have their own 401k accounts. I mean, Trump has been really, really good about this, and he's starting out with the children's accounts, which is a good idea. However, I think that you can invest on your own for your children better. You should take the $1,000 free from them if you have a grandkid being born, last year or this year. But I think like you're getting maybe if you're lucky, a 1% return on Social Security. This is a joke, especially for higher income earners. You should be able to buy out your Social Security at a discounted cost because you can invest better than the government at this point.
Well, the problem is they don't have the money. It's just a big Ponzi scheme. Bernie Madoff went to prison, and all these guys, you go to Epstein Island. So this thing is not. This is not. There is no money. There is no. Remember when Al Gore ran and he said he was going to have a lockbox, and there's no money in the lockbox.
Yep.
So this is just my fear for Social Security for the future. 10, 20 years from now, I'm thinking they might means test it. They might say, "Well, Jeannie, you save so well for retirement, you don't need your Social Security, so we're just not going to pay it to you." Oh. That's the concern I have.
Yeah, I looked at it. It's going broke right when I'm supposed to be able to get it.
Perfect timing. Mm-hmm. All right, Scott Tucker, where can people? Go ahead.
It's not going to go broke, but I do have a concern for ultra wealthy people that they may mean stuff to.
All right, Scott Tucker, ScottTuckerSolutions.com. Where else can people reach you if they have more questions or if they want to work with you?
You can get on our phone calendar. We'll spend 15 minutes for free with you over the telephone in the coming week. Next week with one of our financial planners. We'll get your questions answered, your answers questioned. To get on our phone calendar, just go to 560retirement.com. That's 560retirement.com. And don't miss Sunday morning show. We're on myself and Amy Jacobson on these great airways at AM 560. Yeah, Amy Jacobson.
Yeah. Oh, I know that
from,
girl.
7 to 9 a.m.
Okay, 7 to 9 a.m.
So we're gonna have Maureen Begain from the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. We've got Sheriff Mendrick and David Hochberg on this Sunday show. Governor Pritzker and Brendan Riley refused to come on the program.
Well, an offer was extended, but they were busy. Actually, I don't think they ever got back to us. All right, Scott Tucker, thank you so much. ScottTuckerSolutions.com or 560retirement.com. And he joined us on AM 560 the answer.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Honey, I can't deal with this kitchen anymore. It's cramped and everything is outdated.
I know, but it makes no sense to move. I could call my contractor buddy Chad.
Babe, you've seen Chad's house, right?
Yeah, good point.
Plus, he showed up late for his own wedding. Let's get someone who's reliable.
How about Forever Remodeling? They have a team of interior designers, master installers, and project managers all under one roof.
Their reviews on Google look amazing, and homeowners post a ton of pictures of their work.
It looks like they even offer 3D rendering of their projects.
Just like my TV design shows.
Exactly.
Plus, AM 560 listeners get a free in-home design consultation.
From kitchens to bathrooms, basements to whole homes, the design build team at Forever Remodeling takes the stress out of remodeling. They're done on time and guaranteed to match your vision. Visit them online at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
There.
Ben, what are you doing?
I'm setting up the Art of Options sectional, Nicole.
That's a popular pick at Penny Mustard.
A reclining sectional with thousands of combinations. Of course it's popular, Arvid.
Okay, I've seen lots of different configurations with the Art of Options sectional, but never like this.
Yeah, I thought it would be neat to create a massive sectional that wraps around the showroom. So if someone gets tired, they always have somewhere to sit.
The Art of Options is powered by a rechargeable battery, so it can literally go anywhere.
Look at all the different arms, bases, and backs.
And high-density foam seats.
So comfortable.
The options are limitless.
So now that you've created the world's largest sectional, what's next?
I'm going to build the world's longest coffee table.
The Art of Options reclining sectional starting at $92.65 at Penny Mustard.
6 Chicagoland showrooms.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today! Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words switch today in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
Hey, I'm Steve Wyatt, and I want to invite you to the Wyatt Matters show, which airs every Sunday on this station. You can expect lively discussion and heartfelt reflection that will both entertain and inspire you. And if we do it right, maybe deliver some genuine laughter as well. We talk about not only what matters, but also why it matters.
Wyatt Matters. Sunday morning at 6 on AM 560. The Answer. AM 560. The
Answer. Goodbye to You. I love this song. All right, welcome back to Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, that's appropriate. Goodbye to you.
Goodbye to you.
Yeah, that's exactly what Starbucks founder Howard Schultz is saying to Washington. Goodbye to you.
Hey.
I mean, you think tax breaks don't matter? Hell yeah, they do.
This was great. I mean, they debated this bill, this legislation, for 26 hours straight. They slept in their chair. And I don't know if you, as a state rep, did you ever pull an all-nighter, Jeannie?
Not quite, but this is the drama that they like. This, in fact, Madigan loved the drama. Wear you out, wear you down, just beat you physically, make you exhausted so you just will pass anything. And that's what he did to his own members. And by the way, it's just freezing on the House floor. Like, all of us had a wrap, a wool blanket on our legs. It was freezing.
It was that bad?
Yes, it was that bad. And he did it intentionally.
He was in charge of the temperature of the room, too.
Yeah, it's just to wear you down so you just vote for anything that he wanted.
Well,
they still do it.
In D.C., this is the millionaire's tax. If you make $1 million or more, you now have to pay 9.9%. additional income. And who said, I'm not doing it?
Starbucks founder Howard Schultz said his family's leaving the city and the state in the wake of Democrats passing an income tax. That's right. He's headed to Florida, and he announced this the same day that the Democrats passed the income tax. Do you think that's a coincidence?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
You know?
Everything's about timing with me. Yeah, that's definitely a coincidence.
Yeah, definitely. But then, in addition, Starbucks is opening a corporate office in Nashville. A signal that the headquarters may soon put Seattle in its rearview mirror too, according to Fox Business. And by the way, this is from the Town Hall. I'm reading from Town Hall article. The company plans to open a corporate office in Nashville and offer relocation services for some of its corporate employees too. Starbucks says it's part of a vision to expand into the South and parts of the Northeast.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
It's just to avoid taxes.
Yeah, exactly. To support these ambitions, we have made the decision to establish a strategic presence in the Southeast region of the U.S. and will be opening an office in Nashville, Tennessee later this calendar year, the company said. Companies across the nation recognize that Tennessee's strong values and fiscally conservative approach are good for business, and we are proud to welcome another Fortune 500 company like Starbucks to our state, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee said in a statement last week.
Well, there you have it. Wow. But I mean, if I was Howard Schultz, I would move too. Why, you don't want to give that government more money. And they said it's going to go to, are you ready for this? It's all about the children. You know, feeding the kids who are low-income kids, feeding them lunch and breakfast at schools. And it's going to go to housing for the low-income families. And it's just stealing from Peter to pay Paul.
It's a millionaire's tax.
I know. But I would move too, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
And then you should have seen the Republicans. They were, the Democrats and the women. First of all, ladies, get a hold of yourself when the cameras are on. The Democrat state legislators in Washington, Jeannie, were crying. Did that ever happen in Springfield?
Well, no, there was mostly celebration over, the abortion bill. Cheering abortion.
Oh, I love killing babies.
We had a lot of that. Yeah, we had a lot of that. Yep.
That was, what was the craziest day that you had on the House floor? Do you remember? Or are there just too many of them?
There are way too many of them, usually over budget discussions. Probably when they passed the 32% permanent tax increase and 15 Republicans voted for that in 2017. Cut a deal. But what's interesting is this is a millionaire's tax when Washington does not have a state income tax.
Oh.
So go figure.
Okay. All right. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, we had a big cyber attack on Stryker in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and they were attacked by Iran, and it's expected to be just the first. We're going to speak with Tracy Birkenhauer. She's the Chief Impact Officer at Stack Cybersecurity. It is now 7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
A rescue mission continues in Iraq. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. For 2 service members still missing after a mid-air military plane collision.
Central Command says 4 out of the 6 crew members aboard a U.S. Air Force KC-135 refueling plane were killed following a mid-air collision in western Iraq. It also involved another KC-135. The other one managed to land in Israel. And the matter remains under investigation, although Central Command says the aircraft crashed not due to hostile fire or friendly fire.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson's in Dubai.
Here in the Persian Gulf, nearby in the Strait over Hormuz, it's been effectively shut by Iranian forces, say no tankers can go by.
As Iran keeps up the attacks today on Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia that house U.S. bases, President Trump posted early this morning on Truth Social, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today. As we expect an update any minute now on Operation Epic Fury from the War Secretary, the president tells Fox's Brian Kilmeade.
We've already damaged them so badly, it would take years for them to ever rebuild. And we're going to be hitting them very hard over the next week.
That interview will air on the Brian Kilmeade radio show at 10 a.m. Eastern. The price of oil is down today as the Trump administration temporarily lifts sanctions on Russian oil currently stranded at sea, allowing countries to buy it. We're learning more about the now dead attacker at a synagogue near Detroit, Michigan. It was a naturalized U.S. citizen from Lebanon who'd recently had family members killed by Israeli airstrikes in the Iran conflict.
The attacker had a rifle and some sort of explosive device that ended up setting the truck on fire inside of the building. But before the suspect was able to do any more damage, on-site security guards shot him. Officials say one of those security guards was hit by the truck, knocked unconscious, but is expected to be okay.
Fox's Madison Scarpino outside the synagogue. In Virginia, ROTC students hailed as heroes for stopping a shooting spree at Old Dominion University, subduing and killing the convicted ISIS terrorist supporter who had killed an instructor and wounded 2 others. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 44 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker got a first-hand look at the damage caused by a tornado that left widespread damage in its wake in Kankakee County. Fox 32 Chicago's Brett Bogansky has the story.
ComEd crews working to restore power, as well as those cutting trees that were in the road, on top of houses, cars, and garages.
God was looking out for people here.
Governor J.B. Pritzker spoke with residents to see what they lost and spoke with those who almost didn't make it. The governor said after speaking with county and state officials, they found there's 460 properties that have some kind of damage, including 30 homes that are a total loss.
The state stands ready to put our resources forward to assist in the rescue and recovery.
The governor told me once state officials do that assessment, they will be requesting federal disaster dollars to help pay for damages to the area's infrastructure and residents' homes.
Authorities are now revealing that one person may have died in that tornado. The Kankakee County Sheriff's Office says deputies were notified about a possible person who appears to have been a victim from the damage caused by the tornado. The person was located yesterday inside a damaged home in Aroma Park. That death is under investigation. The Chicago Teachers Union is calling on students and teachers to skip school and work on May 1st so that they can join protests against federal immigration law enforcement and in favor of higher taxes on wealthy people. CTU delegates passed a resolution on Wednesday saying that public education is under an unprecedented national assault. This report is a service of the AM 560 Advantage. Membership has its privileges, including early access to event tickets, exclusive contest opportunities, and special members-only content. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio every Sunday morning at 9. Sponsored in part by JeffBuysYourHouse.com and by Center Guard Plumbing. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about your home improvement. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from ConsumerAffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today! Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words switch today in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
If you're nearing retirement, stop what you're doing and listen, because what's unfolding right now could hit your 401k or IRA harder than anything we've seen in years. Military escalation across the Middle East, a tariff war spilling into the courts, the U.S. dollar facing pressure that historically signals one thing: a flight to safety. Smart money has been moving into gold and silver, and it's not slowing down. Call Advantage Gold right now at 800-900-8000 and get your free gold investment kit, plus a free copy copy of economist Ken Rogoff's eye-opening book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Thousands of Americans have already rolled over a portion of their retirement savings into physical gold and silver, completely tax and penalty-free through Advantage Gold. The next news cycle won't wait for you. Get into position now. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. It's a very windy day out there today, the kind of day where you do need two hands on that wheel. We're looking at 16 minutes both ways on the Edens from Lake Cook to Montrose and a 30-minute drive in both directions on the Kennedy from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange. You got 22 in, 17 out on the Ike from Wolf to the Oak Post Office. Inbound Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore is 32. Outbound is 24. The Dan Ryan, not too bad, from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 17 minutes in. Outbound is 12. We are stop and go on the northbound side of Lakeshore Drive from Bryn Avenue to Hollywood Avenue, and this report is the service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency providing high-performing digital solutions to surround your target audience. Go to surroundchicago.com today. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect windy conditions with gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour at times. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 44. Tonight will remain breezy in the evening, turning mostly cloudy with a low of 31. Tomorrow will bring cloudy skies with a chance of a rain or snow shower in some areas, and it will be chilly with a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Chicago's Morning Answer. Amy Jacobson, Jeannie Ives from The Real Story. We're in for Dan today. And you know, we had not one but two attacks in Michigan yesterday. Of course, a man driving a car through Temple Israel in suburban Detroit. Thank God the security guards killed him. But the sheriff and the rabbi of one of the largest Jewish congregations in the United States, 3,000 families, they knew it was coming.
We've been talking for 2 weeks about the potential, sadly, of this happening, so there was no lack of preparation.
But then there was another attack that we want to bring to you here on AM 560 that I don't think the mainstream media is talking about, and that is the big cyber attack on Stryker Corporation in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Now, that's the largest healthcare equipment producer in the country, and guess who's responsible?
Well, the Iranians are, and it's remarkable that they're able to keep this type of attack going when they're under threat physically in every other way. So we're going to have an expert come on shortly here and talk to us about it. But listen, this is very serious what they're doing on the cyber front. According to the AP, pro-Iranian hackers are targeting sites in the Middle East and starting to stretch into the United States. We know that's already happened during the war, raising the risk of American defense contractors, power stations, and water plants being swept into a wave of digital chaos that could expand if Tehran's allies join the fray. So it's not just a medical company, Amy. We have serious threats to all of our infrastructure from cyber attacks by the Iranians.
How to keep companies safe. We welcome to the program Tracy Birkenhauer. She's Chief Impact Officer at Stack Cybersecurity. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing very well, but our critical infrastructure, I'm very concerned.
Well, can you walk us through what happened at Stryker in Kalamazoo there?
Yes, I can. And this is something that everyone needs to pay attention to. This is the beginning, not the end. This will continue, and it is going to continue to grow. So I just want your listeners to understand the facts because they are absolutely stunning. So Stryker is a West Michigan company. They are absolutely global. They have $25 billion in revenue, 56 1,000 employees throughout the world. They make surgical robots, orthopedic implants, hospital beds, and the system that paramedics use to transmit your heart data to the emergency room before you even arrive. So this week, an Iranian-linked hacking group called Handala wiped the data from more than 200,000 of their devices overnight. They shut down all of their offices in 79 countries, and they walked away with over 50 terabytes of stolen data. Now, I believe that number will go up. They're claiming 50 terabytes. I bet it was even more. So what stops us all cold here, right? They didn't want anything. There was no ransomware. They didn't ask for money. They just wanted the information, and they wanted to terrorize Americans. They wanted to cause the maximum damage to an American company that touches 150 million patients a year. So the shift from criminals who want a payday to adversaries who want destruction is a very dangerous development in cybersecurity.
Well, retired General Tim Howell, who led both the National Security Agency and the U.S. Cyber Command, said Wednesday in a Wall Street Journal report, as we think about who would be targeted in a conflict, industry becomes the most relevant set of targets because it's a place that's going to be public facing. They will present vulnerabilities and someone can claim credit for it. Is that what's going on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I spoke with Michigan Cyber Command yesterday. And what's interesting is they said, well, first of all, they became aware of the incident a day before Stryker made their announcement. Now, that's telling to me, right? Mm-hmm. And also, they did say, yes, these investigations can take weeks before the full picture becomes public or available even to them. But he said this one, frankly, is difficult because the federal agencies, he couldn't tell me which ones. He said there were 2 federal agencies involved, and they aren't playing nice. They're not sharing information with Michigan Cyber Command, so they're basically having to conduct their own investigation blindly, which I don't like necessarily, but I'm sure there's a reason behind it. So in his quote is that they're not playing nice with the locals. But he indeed said, yes, we can nearly state here that this is Iran. And then he also mentioned the breach with Verifone. And at that time, I wasn't even aware of the Verifone breach, which is an Israeli company. And now I'm very fully aware of that. So Verifone is massive. They are a credit card processor. And what was interesting is I was actually driving from Chicago to Detroit at the time. And he said, if you would use your credit card anywhere in between Chicago and Detroit, Verifone was definitely involved. So they're back up, they're operational, but he said that all of their data is now on the dark web.
Well, Handala is apparently a pro-Palestinian hacking group. So for all those pro-Palestinian marchers out there, just know who you're dealing with. Oh, by the way. And they also apparently, according to the Wall Street Journal, emerged around 2022 and has been linked to Iran by several threat intelligence companies. It's claimed a string of attacks on Israeli companies and others in the Gulf in recent weeks. And they are saying that this hack was retaliation for a strike on an elementary school in Iran that the state media there has said killed over 160 children.
That's what they say.
Yes.
Well, are we going to go tit for tat? Like if there's a strike where civilians are accidentally murdered, it happens in war. It happens all the time. Is that what's going to happen? If we have an attack, then they're going to attack us with our cybersecurity?
Well, the thing is, these Iran-sponsored hackers have a long history of using what they call wiper malware, which is what they did to Stryker, to permanently destroy data and the hard drives that store it. So this Shamoon, a wiper that targeted Saudi Aramco, the world's largest exporter of crude oil, in 2012, and again struck Saudi Arabian organizations 4 years later, has been linked to Iran, although not conclusively. But in 2019, researchers reported the discovery of a new wiper dubbed Zero Clear. What a great name. That has also been linked to Iran. So this has existed for some time. And I doubt that it is all about this school. That, sure, the optics are great for them on that one. It makes good headlines, but I seriously doubt it. I also think that someone else has probably been in the Stryker system for some time, and they just went on the dark web. They purchased a kit, which is terrifying. We have events in our office. We're located in Metro Detroit, but we serve clients all over the country. We invite people in and we show them the dark web and what you can purchase on the dark web. It's terrifying, but you can absolutely just go out there, you buy a kit, and you can conduct a cyber event just like they did. And this is just business as usual for people like this.
So, Tracy, how does your company stack cybersecurity? How can they help companies like Stryker and other companies out there, and even, our government entities such as, power plants too, and water resources?
Well, what they need is the proper cyber defenses so that they are not having to react like this. So what Stryker is claiming is they got probably into their mobile device management, what we call MDM, and they got into their Microsoft Intune, but that's all they're claiming, right? So if they had the proper tools in place, I'm thinking they did not have this set up properly. What we call SIM or SEAM, I know we have so many acronyms in cybersecurity, so it is security.
You're worse than the military.
I know. we're terrible, I know, which is why no one understands this stuff.
No.
So let's just call it SEAM. It's security, incident, and event management. When we put those tools on your system, we see everything that's coming and going. If they had this set up properly, they would have seen this coming, they would have known it, and they would have shut it down before anything ever happened.
Are you saying a multi-billion-dollar multinational company with 56,000 employees did not have the right cybersecurity in place to combat this? That's so hard to believe.
Correct. And we see it every single day. We see manufacturers. We are in the heart of manufacturing here in Michigan, and we see it. We even see military contractors, and they refuse to do the right thing. And you understand now that the federal government has dictated this. It is called the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, or CMMC. The deadline was November 10th of last year, that everyone involved in the defense industrial base had to get all of their cybersecurity controls in place. And the manufacturers are still refusing to do it, even with the line in the sand. They don't even have proper physical security.
Is this something that basically the Biden administration just fell down on? Or does it go back further than that?
Oh, it goes back way further than that. Mm-hmm. It does go back further than that. But I have heard, this is anecdotal, but a friend of mine who was at the White House had said that Biden was actually trying to kill the CMMC program, which is terrifying.
And do we know why? What was the reasoning behind it?
It's always money. It's always money. I don't get it. But conversely, I have heard that President Trump is pushing very hard to ensure that CMMC is completed, that these defense industrial base suppliers are doing the right thing and locking it down, because how do we not realize this is the basis for homeland security? Cybersecurity is homeland security. And I will tell you, I was just at the Global Technology Industry Association conference in Chicago. Lovely. Well, when we are there, we share intel. And what I have heard is that this is just the beginning. Even the incident that happened in Austin, that was just the beginning. And we all need to pay attention. I have been warned there are some things coming there on the horizon that may make 9/11 look small.
And meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security is not being funded, and that includes cybersecurity, folks. And the Democrats are holding it hostage because they want ICE not to wear masks. That is what's happening. That's how.
And they want to make sure that ICE,
moronic
they're not
they
at
are.
polling places either.
Yeah, they're moronic. They're dangerous to have in office. I got to tell you, Iran is not a backwater country. They're pretty sophisticated, and they're backed up by Russia and China, who are even more sophisticated, and they are after us. And so, the fact that they can continue to do these cyber attacks while physically having all this destruction around them is just, I guess, remarkable, but it's also frightening.
It is absolutely frightening. And I'm having to turn to organizations like the Global Technology Industry Association, because the association that the government entity, CISA, they have had so many funds cut. And then you had in January of 2025, Jen Easterly, their agency's director, left, and then it has been completely reworked, and they have had their funding cut, and that's really scary. That they're the ones who are supposed to be sharing this information with the business system. And I feel as though that communication just isn't happening the way that it used to. And so now it's coming down to private industry to keep our finger on the pulse of what's actually happening globally, and it's terrifying.
All right, Tracy Birkenhauer, going to have to leave it there for today. Chief Impact Officer at Stack Cybersecurity. That's STACK, just like it's pronounced. Stack Cybersecurity. Where can people find out more information about your company?
If they go to our website, stackcyber.com.
All right, stackcyber.com. Tracy, thank you so much for joining us. Yes, Jeannie.
And we're going to pick up this conversation with Darren LaHood and his comments about whether or not cybersecurity needs to be funded ASAP.
Yeah, and that'll be at the 8 o'clock hour. All right, thank you, Tracy, so much for joining us. Chief Impact Officer at Stack Cybersecurity, and she joined us on AM 560, The Answer.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Casey Klebeck, and I'm running for the United States Senate. Our country faces serious challenges: rising taxes, rising costs of food, housing, and health care. I'm running to change that with a bold agenda that puts working American first. My plan eliminates taxes on real estate, Social Security income, and retirement income. It removes taxes for students and young married couples, creates 5-year tax holiday for new small businesses, and delivers free prescription drugs for seniors, disabled Americans, and veterans. I'll take no salary. My seat will not be bought by lobbyists. My only client is you. I want to be your voice in Washington, fighting every day for lower taxes, secure borders, safe communities, a retirement you can count on, and keeping the promise of the American dream alive for the generations to come. Please vote for me on March 17. I'm Casey Klebeck, and I approve this message.
Are you prepared for the Illinois estate tax? If your estate is worth over $4 million, your heirs could face a tax bill of up to 16% when you pass. Financial advisor Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions can show you ways to potentially reduce or even eliminate that burden. One strategy is to start gifting assets during your lifetime to lower the taxable value of your estate. Another option is setting up irrevocable trusts, which can shield wealth from estate taxes. Charitable donations and life insurance policies can also be smart tools to offset tax liabilities. Call Scott Tucker and the Scott Tucker Solutions team now, 847-474-3888, or go to 560retirement.com. That's 847-474-3888, or go to 560retirement.com. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Firm may not give tax advice.
Did you know most remodeling mishaps start before construction even begins? Here's something else you should know. At Forever Remodeling, we do things differently. Every kitchen, bathroom, and basement project starts with smart planning, detailed 3D designs, a clear scope of work, and accurate pricing, all sorted out before you get started. No surprises, no stress, just beautiful results. Done right the first time. Visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, EVER, remodeling.com. And schedule your free in-home consultation today.
What are you doing?
I'm setting up the Art of Options sectional.
That's a popular pick at Penny Mustard.
But why is it so long?
I wanted to create the world's longest sectional that wraps around the entire showroom.
Well, the Art of Options is powered by a rechargeable battery, so it can literally go anywhere.
So what are you going to build next?
The world's longest coffee table.
The Art of Options reclining sectional starting at $92.65 at Penny Mustard.
6 Chicagoland showrooms.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
I'm attorney Stephen Leahy. If you're a business owner with unfiled tax returns, tax season is not your friend. This is when the IRS turns up the heat. They match 1099s. They review payroll filings. They compare bank deposits. And when returns are missing, they don't send you a warning. They take action. Penalties stack up fast. Liens become public. Bank levies can drain your account. I see it every year. Good business owners who waited too long, not because they're crooks, but because they were overwhelmed. Let me be clear, hiding makes it worse. Action makes it fixable. I help business owners get compliant, file what's missing, and negotiate from a position of strength, not fear. Don't wait for the next certified letter. Don't wait for a levy. Go to fightbacknow.com and sign up for my daily email. I'll tell you exactly what to do next, step by step. Or call me right now at 312-664-6649. Act now before the IRS acts first.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, Gine Ives. Yes. Do you like that? I just changed your name. The pronunciation of it. So we were talking earlier about hoaxes because of this crazy lady that's in Evanston, born in Evanston, lives in Skokie now, and claims she was detained for 48 hours. And not even the Dodge County, Wisconsin sheriff said she was never here. So
right.
But then you started talking about the hate has no home signs and how that is a hoax. So do enlighten the crew.
Yes. So again, Lori Higgins wrote this article in 2019. And she now works for Breakthrough Ideas. She's our cultural and education writer. But she exposed that those blue signs you see in those yards, it's all based on a hoax. I don't know what happened to light there.
We just had a power surge because it's 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Okay, so she explains exactly what happened on November 15th, 2016, exactly 1 week after the election of President Donald Trump. NBC News Chicago reported that bisexual student Taylor Volk, then a senior at Christian North Park University, had received 2 anonymous emails and a note taped to her door that contained homophobic slurs, harassing and threatening language, and references to Trump. Volk further claimed that such occurrences were a nationwide epidemic. Then, just 3 days later, on November 18th, it was reported that 6 social justice warriors, actually 7 from North Park neighborhood, had already created the yard signs, "Hate has no home here." And then things took a turn. A week after Volk's story made the news, an investigation revealed her entire story was
made up.
Wait for it. Yes, a hoax.
It was a hoax.
A hoax, but the progressives couldn't let the crisis or the hoax go to waste. Got to mine even hoaxes for propaganda gold. So with very little press on the hoax, the Gang of Seven were able to disseminate their banal virtue signaling signs around the country and even the world. Even the world. So that was all a hoax. Those every time you see those blue signs.
Now I'm going to look at them
know that
so
it is
differently.
a hoax. She made it up. There was no slurs. There was no homophobic emails to her. This was all an anti-Trump thing. She made it up. And it's, again, another Chicago-based generated hoax.
I wonder if she was charged.
No,
with
not
filing
at all.
a false police report. Well, because she probably didn't file a false police report. Anybody can go out and make a declarative statement and say anything. And that's what she did. Did they at least get the patent on the "hate has no home here" signs?
I think so.
Did
probably.
they profit off of it?
Well, certainly. But I mean, so I changed the "hate has no home" here. I changed it to "hoax has no home here," and I put it up as my Facebook marker. I had a graphic made that copied it.
Oh, that's awesome.
I know.
All right. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Jeannie Ives and Amy Jacobson, Daniel Greenfield's going to join us next. Is the Islamic threat taking over our culture? We'll begin there with him. But now let's head into that newsroom.
Good morning. It is 44 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. New information has been released concerning a deadly police-involved shooting that took place earlier this week on Chicago's West Side. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability is reporting that the man who was shot and killed by police on Monday was in a car that was wanted in a shooting that took place on the Eisenhower Expressway earlier that day. Anyone with information regarding that shooting is urged to contact the COPA offices. The Chicago River Swim is returning later this year. Mayor Brandon Johnson announced that the second annual swim will take place on September 20th in the city's downtown.
Thanks to decades of investments from the city and advocacy and stewardship from Chicagoans, the river has been transformed from an industrial waterway into a vibrant civic asset.
Proceeds from this year's Chicago River Swim will support ALS research and swim safety, as well as swim education programs for youth in underserved communities. This report is a service of the AM 560 store. Order t-shirts, hoodies, and more from your favorite AM 560 brands, including Proft University and The Sean Thompson Show, when you go to 560theanswer.com/store. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Scott Jennings sees retribution.
When people who have held immense power in this country start talking like this, when they sound desperate, when they sound unhinged, when they sound like they want to punish their fellow Americans, it tells you something deeper is going on out there. It's retribution for their enemies. This has become the norm for the Democratic Party.
The Scott Jennings Show, weekdays at noon, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Mike Lindell and the MyPillow employees want to thank you for your great support this past year. They want to make 2026 the best year ever. So to thank you, they are giving you free shipping on your entire order and wholesale pricing. So they are bringing back the mega sale. For example, the classic MyPillows, regularly $49.98, now only $14.98. Turn any mattress into the best mattress ever with the made in the USA MyPillow My Mattress Topper and save up to $100. Get a set of MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets for as low as $29.98 or the 6-pack towel set for only $34.98. To get the best specials ever, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. These offers won't last long, so call 800-489-0201 or go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY. Order now and your entire order ships absolutely free.
Hey homeowners, did you ever think that improving your home could be easy, fun, and affordable? Well, it can be, with just one quick visit to the free admission home show this weekend in Crystal Lake. This year's show is better than ever, saving you time and money on thousands of the latest home improvement products and services. From interiors to exteriors, from decor to outdoor, you'll find it all at the free home show this weekend at the Crystal Lake Holiday Inn. For details, visit crystallakehomeshow.com today. That's crystallakehomeshow.com.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Got a crash on the Reagan Memorial. It is eastbound on the exit ramp to get onto the northbound Tri-State, and it's stop and go on Route 53 northbound between Algonquin Road and Euclid Avenue. 15 both ways on the Edens from Lake Cook to Montrose. About 32 minutes in both directions on the Kennedy from O'Hare to the Byrne Interchange. 29 in, outbound is 16 on the Ike from Wolf to Deal Post Office. The Stevenson, 34 inbound from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore. Outbound is 24, 20 in, 11 out on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion. Wendy's new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion is here with a mint chocolate sauce. This treat was designed to be loved. Be sure to get the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion soon, because just like Girl Scout cookie season, it won't be here forever. Plus, don't forget to order your fave cookies on girlscoutcookies.org. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's and Girl Scouts of the USA. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect winds gusting over 50 miles per hour with a mix of clouds and sun, reaching a high of 44. Tonight will be breezy early on, then mostly cloudy with a low of 31. Tomorrow will bring cloudy skies with a chance of a rain or snow shower in some areas, and temperatures reaching a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
It's Amy Jacobson and Jeannie Ives, and Amy was grabbing a cup of coffee.
I sure was. Hello.
Yeah.
We're filling in for Dan today, and if we don't get enough of us for 4 hours this morning, join us Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to noon for The Real Story. And I think we're gelling. We're rocking and rolling. So I'm really glad that we have this opportunity. So,
well, I'm really glad that we have the opportunity to talk with Daniel Greenfield of Front Page Magazine. And I just wanted to read, first of all, from this article that was on their website. Islamic call invades England's biggest soccer stadium. On February 25, 2026, a striking and controversial moment unfolded at Old Trafford, the legendary home stadium of Manchester United in England. For the first time in over a century, the Adhan, or Islamic call to prayer, was broadcast through the stadium's speakers. Where's that? Freaky. Okay, now writing in Hershey Ali wrote about Iran is collapsing, but Islamism is spreading. And I think this is really important setup for our next guest. 3 events, 3 continents, 1 week. A parliamentary by-election in Greater Manchester, England, a thunderous war and the death of a tyrant in Iran, and a terrorist attack in Austin, Texas. They seem unrelated. They are not. Together, they tell you where political Islam has got to, and more urgently, where its most committed adherents are heading next. On February 26, the UK's Green Party won a parliamentary seat in Gorton and Denton that the Labour Party had held for decades. The Greens ran 2 entirely separate campaigns. To progressive voters, they offered the standard mix of green and anti-austerity policies. To Muslim voters, who make up 30% of Gorton and Denton electorate, they offered something else. Leaflets in Urdu, Bengali, and Arabic told readers that Labor must be punished for its complicity in the Israeli war in Gaza. Observers of the election found that about 12% of the ballots were cast by people engaged in family voting, with multiple adults present in the same booth. After the victory, Green Deputy Leader Mohsin Ali attended a London rally backing Iran's regime, the same regime whose rhetoric targets Britain and whose operatives have been linked to terrorist plots on UK soil. This is what the Red-Green Alliance looks like. And Daniel Greenfield joins us now. He is the CEO of the David Horowitz Freedom Center, an investigative journalist and writer focusing on the radical left and Islamic terrorism. Thank you so much for joining us and enlightening us with what is this Red-Green Alliance and how much trouble are we in the United States?
Had 2 Islamic terrorist attacks yesterday in one day, which is a whole new record. We now have an average this month of 2 Islamic terrorist attacks in the United States a week. I'm not counting the Islamic terrorist attack on the U.S. Embassy in Oslo. So we are in a lot of trouble, and the most distinctive part of the Red-Green Alliance that you've described is that the media insists on covering this up, on evading it, on writing sympathetic pieces about the 2 Islamic terrorists who threw IEDs at an anti-Islamization rally in New York City, who insist on finding excuses for the Islamic terrorists who yesterday attacked a preschool with 140 kids in it. They are insisting on covering up the fact that Islamic mass migration is the underlying issue that is creating the situation you described in the UK and is now creating it in the United States.
And isn't the number 1 boy's name in London Mohammed? And then the second name is Mohammed, but spelled differently. So what happened to the UK? How did they get to that point?
Well, it's actually, Muhammad is rising through the ranks. It's rising through the ranks in New York City as one of the top baby names for boys. They allowed in mass migration, and we're allowing it in too. And, for example, Georgia, which only has a 1% Muslim population, 10% of the Democrat state Senate delegation is Muslim, and they recently had a Muslim candidate for governor. Never mind places like Texas or California that have even larger Muslim populations. The bottom line is if you let in mass migration from countries that are terrorist states, from countries where there's no concept of tolerance or coexistence, countries where Christians have been suppressed for centuries, and all other non-Muslim minorities years also, you are going to bring this exact same phenomenon to the United States, and that's what's happening here.
Well, in the 6th Congressional District, I've said this before, but we have the largest concentration of Palestinian Muslims in the United States, specifically Palestinian Muslims, and they want political power. The the Islamic Civic Coalition, they're intent on creating a Muslim majority voting district so that they can get political power. You've now had them vote in the fact that you have to have challah meals in public schools in the state of Illinois. We're also at the center of this sort of takeover, I would say, for their religious beliefs. What they want religiously, they want as a political imprimatur for everything that they do.
Well, in the United States, we have this concept of a separation of church and state. There is no such thing as a separation of mosque and state. The whole purpose of Islam is to exercise political power in order to impose Islamic law. And we see this in New York City, where Mamdani took over, and you've got an iftar Islamic event right there in City Hall, because that's the entire purpose of the program, is to exercise Islamic political power. And there's no way to detach that. There's no way to impose American liberal values on people who reject them. We've tried doing this in Iraq. We've tried doing this in Afghanistan. We tried to bring elections to them. We know how that ended up. It did not work. Instead, the majority violently took over. And we have the same thing now happening in the United States. You know, we don't have Iraqis bombing our embassy in Iraq just anymore. They're now bombing our embassy in Sweden. We don't just have Lebanese Hezbollah terrorists attacking us in Beirut. They're attacking us in West Bloomfield.
Wow. So Mamdani's wife, what do you make of her? I mean, she says she's not a public figure, but she is, because she lives in the mansion there that the taxpayers pay for, and she's married to the mayor. And she applauded the attacks on October 7th.
These people are Islamist Marxist hipsters. They're the embodiment of the Red-Green Alliance. They seem very hip. On the other hand, they advance all the usual Islamic agendas, including Islamization of public areas and, of course, including Islamic terrorism, because the whole purpose of Islamic terrorism is to force you to comply with Islamic law and the Islamization of your society. If you don't comply, if you resist, then you get terrorist attacks.
You know, you have the same problem in Virginia. They just passed a law to limit gun rights there, and that law was, of course, supported and sponsored by a state representative not born in this country, but of Muslim heritage and belief. And, I mean, this is what they can do when they get political power. They will vote away your constitutional rights.
Yeah, the gunman in Old Dominion went up against students who were unarmed. Thankfully, one of those students was able to stab him. But imagine if those students were actually properly armed and could have defended themselves. No lives would have been lost at all.
Wow. So what do you see as their end game? I mean, there's call to prayers in Minneapolis. That's been going on for years. They cater, they change the rules. Sometimes a call to prayer is as early as 3:30 in the morning. Can you imagine being woken up with that? But they're also calls to prayer in Times Square.
Well, the thing to understand about the call to prayer is there may have been a need for it in the past. In the age of the smartphone, nobody actually needs to call to prayer. No Muslim needs to actually be able to get up. They can just set an alarm on their own. They have alarm clocks and they have phones. But the purpose of the call to prayer is to impose Islam in the public square, is to force everybody to wake up, to make everybody aware this is a time where you should be praying to Allah. And if you're not praying to Allah, well, you should be. We're not going to let you sleep.
Well, you're on the forefront of all this because I picked this up from your March 10th article. You said that politicians and the media are rushing to describe the two Muslim terrorists who threw IEDs at a rally protesting the Islamization of New York City as ISIS. But what politicians and the media are most reluctant to discuss are their other statements. This isn't a religion that stands when people talk about the blessed name of the prophet. We take action. And you're actually saying that when they raised their finger, it was a pledge of allegiance to Allah.
Yeah. People talk about an ISIS salute. Yes, ISIS does that one finger salute, but that's just a general Islamic gesture, meaning that we answer only to Allah. When that guy is being taken out by the police and an FBI agent after the terrorist attack, and he's doing that one finger thing, what he's saying is, I don't answer to you, I answer to Islamic law, I answer to Allah. And he was pretty clear about saying that he did this because the people at the anti-Islamization riot said something negative about Muhammad, who incidentally was a warlord and a mass murderer and took sex slaves. He he inspired ISIS to do all this. So this was a traditional Islamic terrorist attack. People are using ISIS as a distraction.
Oh, that's interesting. And what is it interesting too? I'm sure you saw the video, Jeannie. I'm sure you did too. When that guy, that ISIS inspired or Allah Akbar, he was yelling that, but he jumped over this man who had a megaphone who was saying, "We're welcome to everybody here in New York City, every different race and religion," and he threw a bomb over him. And we're just lucky that it didn't go off, because that could have killed all of those people there. So what is there? Because I've heard, conform or die, but then I have a Muslim friend who doesn't believe in that at all. So what is your take on it? Is it the end game that everybody is praying to Allah?
If you're a devout Muslim, then you believe ultimately that Islamic law has to be imposed on the world. You can try to impose it through dawah, which means missionary activity. You can also impose it through jihad if people resist. Now, that doesn't mean that all Muslims support terrorism. There were perfectly nice communists also who didn't really understand the implications of what their ideology meant. We can find people like that all around. The bottom line, though, is that Islam as an ideology itself is really driven to impose Islamic law. And even if it's only 10% of the population that is willing to support terrorism, we're still talking about 100 million people.
This is a difficult conversation. I have close friends that are Muslim as well, and they... they're the ones that had like the underage drinking in the basement going on.
Don't tell their parents.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then I've got also Muslim friends who pulled an American soldier during the Iraqi war, had to flee there because they were under threat of assassination, left for 10 years, came to the United States. They're fully integrated as Americans now. I firmly believe that they are not the problem, but it does feel it's really difficult to try and get a handle on where to draw the line. And I don't know how we do that and still prevent these terrorist attacks, because they are occurring, and it sounds to me like more are going to occur.
The bigger picture is that when we look at a society, and that society has major problems, whether it's drug cartels, whether it's Islamic terrorism, and we have mass migration from that society, we are going to get those social problems in. Doesn't mean every person coming from that society is guilty of it, is going to do that. But if we don't want those problems, we don't want immigration from that country.
All right.
And I think Brendan Gill, Congressman Brendan Gill, he basically imposed a 25-year limit on any immigration from Somalia, and I think he wants to extend that to other Muslim countries. Good idea, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Any country that we don't want to live in, we should really question whether we want to bring this to America, because we're going to be living now, whether it's Afghanistan, Somalia, or, Mexico. If a country is a completely broken place that we wouldn't feel safe living in, if we have mass migration from that country, not 1 or 10 or 20 people a year, but hundreds of thousands, we are going to be living in that country.
All right, Daniel Greenfield, CEO of David Horowitz Freedom Center, an investigative journalist and writer on the radical left and Islamic terrorism. You could follow him on X at SULTAN, Sultan, KNISH. So thank you, Daniel, for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's
My pleasure. Thank you.
And he joined us on AM 560, The Answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Hello, can I have your attention, please? My name is Hugh McKenzie, and I'm a devout listener of The Answer. They have partnered with Food for the Poor consistently for the last few years. In the past, I've always wanted to participate, but unfortunately never had the extra cash at the end of the year to do so. But last weekend, I received the mail, and there was a bonus check for $2,500 from Mack Truck for selling commercial vehicles. I decided that I was all in. As I mentioned, I sell commercial vehicles. Everything from Mack, Volvo, Hino, Isuzu, new and used. I've been selling for over 30 years in the Chicagoland market. Call me at 630-918-9534 or check me out on the web. Google my name, Hugh McKenzie, and Hugh is spelled Hugh, McKenzie is spelled McKenty. All right, thank you very much for your time.
To contact Hugh McKenty, search Hugh McKenty on LinkedIn or call 630-918-9534. That's 630-918-9534.
Hey, business owners, is your business and money in good hands? Does your bank invest in your success? Hi, Mike Gallagher here, letting you know that when you need a relationship bank, Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. I love these guys. Not only do they have expansive industry experience, a strong financial track record, but they're also highly capitalized for strategic growth. That's so important. That's why Signature Bank is my bank. They know what it means to grow a business by designing solutions that are right for you and only you. These are real people. They're ready to help. So reach out to my friends at Signature Bank. Make the call today, 773-467-5630, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Your business could be Signature Bank's next success story. Go online, signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Signature Bank.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
I thought you didn't have any employees.
That's right. Our showrooms are employee-free.
But you still answer the phone?
Of course. Order Sealy Posturepedic and Beauty Rest mattresses by phone, online, or at our in-store kiosk.
No employees.
Saves you money. Through Monday, trade in your old mattress and get additional savings of $248 off a queen and $348 off a king.
Keep this up and you'll be named Non-Employee of the Month.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job, really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you, and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling, doing it right since 1959.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Paid for by Michael Pierce for Congress. I'm a lifelong Illinoisan, a college graduate with advanced degrees earned while serving my country, and candidate for U.S. Congress. I retired from the Army with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and active in veteran organizations working for the benefit of veterans in need. To go to Washington, fight for Illinois, and eliminate bloated bureaucracy left over from our prior administration, I need your vote. My name is Mike Pierce, Republican candidate for Congress 11th District. Let me work for you and bring real change to Illinois and Washington. I am asking for your vote, and I approve this message.
Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. AM 560, The Answer.
312-642-5600. You can call us or text us about our conversation with Daniel Greenfield or even with Tracy Birkenhauer. She's the Chief Impact Officer at Stack Cybersecurity. You know, she said something that I just let hang
Fear
there.
porn? You don't like it?
Yeah, it's saying that we're hearing intel that something bigger than 9/11 is in the works. And I just... that my spidey senses, I don't like to hear stuff like that.
Well, I mean,
and we have a lot of large events here in Chicago. We've got the Southside Irish Parade. We have the dyeing of the Chicago River. We have the Big Ten basketball tournament that's going on right now at the United Center. We have all of these targets, and we need to stay safe, especially after those two terrorist attacks, one in Michigan yesterday, one in at Old Dominion University, where this complete nut job has been in prison because of his alignment to ISIS. He provided funding for ISIS. He solicited for funds for ISIS. And I love the fact that the guys, he charged into an ROTC room, and the cadets, the ROTC members, not cadets, took him down, but without a bullet.
How was he deceased?
There were students in that room that subdued him.
and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
So he was not shot?
He was not shot.
So what do you think happened to him?
Well, Daniel Greenfield said he was stabbed.
I know.
Did you pick up on that?
Yeah, but I don't know. Well, they subdued him first, but we'll find out more. But, bad guy gone.
Mm-hmm.
And he is, I mean, I don't even want to say his name, but he was arrested in 2016 for attempting to provide material support to ISIS, allegedly attempted to gather weapons to use an attack in the United States in the name of ISIS. So we should be on alert. And then you're hearing this. We got a text message, and this was on Newsmax, how the UK Boy Scouts launches Islamophobia Awareness Week. And you can get a badge. Ideas to earn your badge. Learn about Islam. Do an act of kindness. Explore Muslim role models. Learn about bias and discrimination. And inspire change. And you, too, can get a Boy Scout badge.
I'm embarrassed to say I was a Cub Scout leader at this point.
You were a Cub Scout?
No,
Girl Scout.
Mothers could lead a Cub Scout group, so I did for my sons.
Good for you.
Yeah, we were counting down how many, Pinewood Derby cars we had to do, and then we just cut it off. We're done. We couldn't do it. When the kids started to get involved in sports, it all went away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really that's remarkable that they have a badge for that. I mean,
in the UK, but what happens there could probably come to America.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Well, Trump is issuing a warning to Iran over the World Cup. He says it's not appropriate for Iran to compete in the World Cup. He declared on Thursday that it warned that life and safety would be at risk if they choose to do so. In a veiled threat posted to Truth Social, Trump wrote, "The Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup, but I really don't believe it's appropriate that they be there for their own life and safety. Thank you for your attention to this matter." So,
and then you had those 5 that Australia took in. They just, Trump asked them to seek asylum. He asked the president of Australia or the prime minister to say
soccer players,
female soccer players, because they did not sing their national anthem when it was played at the game. And a lot of them feared for their life. Some of them did go back because they wanted to be with their children, which I completely understand, but I don't know what the ramifications of their actions are going to be because they did not sing the national anthem. And when they were leaving, the 5 that stayed, it was a tearjerker because they had their hand up on the window and they were crying because they don't know if they'll ever see their former teammates again.
Well, the Iranian sports minister said in a statement that our children are not safe and fundamentally such conditions for participation do not exist, considering that this corrupt regime has assassinated our leader. Under no circumstances can we participate in the World Cup. So it looks like they don't want to participate. That's fine.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Well, I got another text message from 708, and you can keep them coming, 312-642-5600. Of course, we have Open Mic Friday today on this one of the windiest days ever. We're having power surges here. He said, Jeannie and Amy, this is from a 708 area code. I read yesterday that the terrorist was taken out by a knife by one of the cadets. So
a knife attack.
Yes. All right. Well, I'm really looking forward to our next guest coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Jeannie Ives and Amy Jacobson filling in for Dan Proft. We have Congressman Darren LaHood here. And what is he going to, where do you want to start, partner, with him? Because we have a lot to get to.
Well, I want to talk about that DHS shutdown and how's that going to be solved. I want to talk about the SAVE Act as well and what else they want to get done.
Yeah. And then later the CTU is having a Mayday call. We'll explain and we'll tell you who's going after them for trying to miss school on May 1st, but they have some other demands too because they're very mouthy. All right, it is now 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
An update on Operation Epic Fury, day 14. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We're going up. They're going down.
And War Secretary Pete Hegseth just said this will be the most intense day of strikes on Iran yet.
We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before.
Adding Iran soon won't even be able to make more missiles and drones. And Hegseth says this about Iran's leaders.
Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured.
The secretary spoke hours after the U.S. military confirmed 4 Americans were killed in a mid-air collision in Iraq involving refueling planes. 2 other service members are missing. Here's the military's top general, Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane.
The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire.
Back to the secretary. He also just said the military keeps investigating if it was a U.S. strike earlier in the conflict that damaged a school that Iran says killed more than 100 students. Hegseth says, unlike Iran, the U.S.
never targets civilians. Literally never targets civilians.
The day after a man drove a truck into a Michigan synagogue near Detroit and started shooting and then was shot and killed by security guards, we're learning.
He was born in Lebanon, entered the U.S. in 2011, and became a U.S. citizen in 2016. According to the Dearborn Heights mayor, where the suspect lived, he lost several members of his family, including his niece and nephew, in an airstrike this weekend in Lebanon as part of the war in Iran.
That's Fox's Madison Scarpino outside the synagogue. An attacker was also killed at Old Dominion University in Virginia after shooting an instructor dead and wounding 2 others. ROTC students attacked and killed the gunman. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 44 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Chicago's Jewish community is on high alert, and the FBI has issued a series of warnings of possible attacks against Jewish synagogues across the country following yesterday's attack at a synagogue near Detroit. Chicago police say they're paying special attention to houses of worship in our area out of an abundance of caution. The Kankakee County Sheriff's Department has confirmed that 1 person was found dead following Tuesday's storms. Officials were alerted to the possibility of a tornado victim at a home in Aroma Park. No further details were released regarding that victim. Governor J.B. Pritzker toured the area yesterday, remarking that God was looking out for the people of Kankakee County, as the only injuries that were reported at that time were minor.
The state stands ready to put our resources forward to assist in the rescue and recovery.
More than 500 buildings were damaged, 30 homes destroyed by that EF3 tornado, which ripped through the area. Kankakee County Sheriff Mike Downey says the county has declared a state of emergency. And an Illinois legislator is proposing a bill that would name a stretch of Chicago's Dan Ryan Expressway after the late civil rights leader, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. State Representative Cam Buckner introduced the legislation yesterday as House Bill 5726. The planned measure would designate the Ryan from 47th Street to 95th Street as the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Memorial Highway. Buckner says the Ryan Expressway was a racial dividing line when he was growing up on the South Side. He added that Jackson spent his life connecting people of all cultures. Jesse Jackson Sr. passed away last month at the age of 84. News is a service of American Beam and Steel, structural repair licensed contractors for your home and business. Search for American Beam and Steel online to schedule your consultation directly with the owner, Mark. American Beam and Steel. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes, but it's time now for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Goldman Sachs now sees the average for Brent crude, the global benchmark, at more than $100 a barrel this month and $85 in April. Brent remains over $100 a barrel this morning. U.S. oil, West Texas Intermediate, has moderated to $93. John Ridgey, National Advisor of Cybersecurity for the American Hospital Association, says he's not aware of any direct impact or disruptions to U.S. hospitals as a result of the cyber attack on medical device supplier Stryker. Stryker says the attack continues to disrupt its processing, manufacturing, and shipping. Sesame Workshop is suing SeaWorld's parent company, United Parks and Resorts. It alleges the park operator has not been paying royalties and cut back operations of its Sesame theme park. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Coselda. Invested in you.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today! Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words switch today in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Inbound on the Edens from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound is 19, 36 in, 31 out on the Kennedy. From O'Hare to the Byrne Interchange, you've got 37 minutes inbound on the Ike from Wolf to the old post office. Outbound is 21. Inbound Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore is 38. Outbound is 27. You also have 27 minutes inbound on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. Outbound is 12, but watch out for a crash in the express lanes inbound on the right shoulder right by the Stevenson. And the northbound side of Lakeshore Drive, hitting those brakes between Bryn Mawr Avenue and Hollywood Avenue, and your stop and go on the southbound Tri-State as you approach Ogden Avenue. This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Facing production swings or a tough skills gap, Workforce Solutions from Express Employment Professionals make hiring easier. Find your local office and see how Express can help you hire smarter and faster for contract and full-time jobs. Visit ExpressPros.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today, expect windy conditions with gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour at times. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 44. Tonight will remain breezy in the evening, turning mostly cloudy with a low of 31. Tomorrow will bring cloudy skies with a chance of a rain or snow shower in some areas, and it will be chilly with the high of 40. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
At a time when we need the Department of Homeland Security the most, the DHS partial shutdown continues. Good morning, Amy Jacobson here, Jeannie Ives, in for Dan Proft today. And Chuck Schumer, Senator Schumer, he explains why there's a fight over issues in D.C.
It allows ICE to kick tens of billions of people off the rolls, and they don't tell them until Election Day, and you show up and you say, you're not registered anymore, you're not registered here, you're not on the rolls.
That was about the SAVE Act. Let's go to Eric Schmidt, and he's talking about the bill to the DHS shutdown. Here you go.
Mr. President, my colleague from Connecticut just talked about minutes from now. Minutes ago, very same senator objected to Coast Guard funding. So here we are again with political gamesmanship and grandstanding for some clip to show that you actually want to fund the Coast Guard. Meanwhile, you just voted against the Coast Guard. The Democrats do not want to fund the Coast Guard because they're so hell-bent on defunding ICE. And the term out of control was used. You know what's out of control? The language being used on this floor to describe federal law enforcement. Nazis, the Gestapo. This is very dangerous. And I will tell you that I have great appreciation for the men and women who go into very dangerous situations to deport criminals who want to rape and murder our fellow citizens.
So that's what the fight's all about with the DHS funding is they want masks off of ICE agents. Meanwhile, when DHS is not funded, neither is cybersecurity, neither is FEMA, neither is a whole lot of other things. Well, to discuss that now with us is Congressman Darren LaHood. He serves the constituents of the 16th District of the state of Illinois. We've got a lot to discuss with him, and he's got limited time. But what was most interesting also about his background is that he also worked for the U.S. Department of Justice as an assistant United States attorney in Las Vegas and Nevada and was selected as the chief terrorism prosecutor. He may have something to say about these latest terrorist attacks. He serves on the powerful House Ways and Means Committee. He also serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. And so we welcome Darren LaHood to the conversation here. Darren, what about not funding DHS, especially in the wake of these latest terrorist attacks? How dangerous is this?
Well, Jeannie and Amy, thanks for having me on this morning. I got to tell you, it's so hard to listen to Chuck Schumer and his voice talking about this. But, I mean, it's ridiculous what the Democrats are asking for here for demasking our ICE agents, also for not funding the DHS. Remember, we created the Department of Homeland Security after 9/11, specifically to protect the safety and security of American citizens. You saw what happened yesterday in Detroit, Michigan. You saw what happened last week in Austin, Texas, where you have these radical Muslims that are going after Americans. Now is the time to be doing this, and it's absolutely ridiculous what the Democrats are asking for, and really it's jeopardizing the safety and security of the American people. That's number one. Number two, as you alluded to in your opening, we have to pass the SAVE Act. President Trump has mandated that we get this done. This is so important for the integrity of our election system. It's the foundation of our democracy. And again, you have Chuck Schumer and the Democrats that refuse to allow us to have a vote on the SAVE Act. And frankly, I give Trump a lot of credit for saying nothing else should pass until we get the SAVE Act done.
Well, can Senator Thune get the Republican senators in line on this one?
Well, if it was a simple majority, Amy, this would be passed. As you know, in the House, I voted 3 times to pass it. We passed it in a bipartisan way last week. It's now over. Unfortunately, with the Senate rules, if it was a simple majority, it would pass. Remember what the SAVE Act is. Safeguarding American voter integrity. We're requiring an ID to vote. We're requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. Remember, under the Biden administration, we let in 11 to 15 million people illegally. This is Democrats wanting to take advantage of our election system and the laws we have in place right now that there's no safeguards that can guarantee us that non-citizens aren't voting. And so we have to get this done. And so Thune is going to try next week. I'm confident with the Republicans, but it's the filibuster that's holding it up.
Why can we not get more attention on the fact that the Democrats are shutting down DHS when it's most critical to have them open and fully operating and being paid? I mean, the TSA lines are out the block, out the doors. And you've got cybersecurity issues now with this Stryker corporation being attacked by Iranian cyber hoodlums, and yet these guys are getting away with shutting down DHS, keeping it shut down. And how does this come to a head between the SAVE Act and DHS? If they decide to fund DHS, does that mean Trump doesn't sign that bill because he wants the SAVE Act first?
I don't know what President Trump will decide on that. The bottom line is we need to pass both of them. And I worry, Jeannie, that we're one disaster, one terrorist attack away from, really harming the American people. And the longer this goes, originally they wanted body cameras on the DHS officers. Trump agreed to do that. And so now that's being implemented, right? They want a change to the warrant process, which the Trump administration, the judicial department has said they're willing to do that. Demasking the ICE officers, I think, is a no-go for good reason. But, the Republicans have been willing to negotiate. So, again, this is all about politics. This is all about them trying to use leverage against President Trump. And so we got to continue to put the pressure on the Democrats.
I know I'm being a little facetious here, but if ICE wants to unmask, the protesters have to unmask because they're wearing masks too. And it's hard to figure out, who people are. I remember during COVID with Superintendent Brown, he said, we can't find out who these people are that are raiding shops on Michigan Avenue because everybody had their masks on.
Well, Derek, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say, Amy, to your point on that, we've seen the use of the internet in some of these radical left progressives going after law enforcement, going after police, going after our military, and hurting their families. We can't allow that to happen.
Darren, you sit on the House Intelligence Committee, and I know you can't tell us everything, but we were on earlier with a cybersecurity expert, and she essentially said that from what she can tell and the intel that she's getting from her sources, we could be headed to another 9/11 attack here.
Well, there's no doubt that, there are non-state actors and our adversaries that are out there working against us. And what I worry about are the sleeper cells that are out there that are fully engaged now. And we've seen this on a low level there. But, now is not the time to not be funding DHS. Now is not the time to let our foot off the gas. I give President Trump and his national security team a lot of credit, but we are vulnerable in many ways and need to be on guard for this. And this is not a time to be jeopardizing our national security. And unfortunately, that's what the Democrats and Chuck Schumer are doing.
Well, what about FEMA, too? Because they're part of this, too. And we just had a horrific tornado in Kankakee, in Aroma Park, and 2 people died in neighboring Indiana. I mean, is that affecting the recovery efforts for them? For our fellow Illinoisans?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And remember, that affected 4 or 5 different states. You mentioned Indiana. Obviously, the damage in Kankakee County was extensive, and there will be a declaration disaster going to FEMA from Illinois. We need that to be funded. We need to help our constituents and our people in Kankakee County and across the country on that. That is directly affected by the Democrats shutting down the DHS. And again, another example of they don't really care about the American people. They just want to create political points for them, and it's holding the American people hostage.
So meanwhile, we're 6 months into this fiscal year, and obviously budget negotiations for next fiscal year should be taking place, and we're still not fully funded for last fiscal year.
Right.
And this cycle of incompetence continues, and it's not your fault or anything. It's just it seems to be the case. At least we were getting on track with 12 budget bills getting passed. The Democrats shut that down. What do you see? What's going to be any of the big initiatives that happened in the last 6 months of this fiscal year?
Well, you're right. We passed 11 of our 12 appropriations bills. First time we've done that in 25 years. We funded 96% of the government. The last 4%, of course, is DHS. We have an obligation, responsibility to be fiscally minded. And by the way, we cut spending in all of those appropriation bills, which is something we needed to do and was a promise we made to the American people. Moving on the rest of the year, I think obviously it starts with the SAVE Act. It starts with funding DHS. And then funding our appropriations bills has to come next. On the affordability side of things, we got to do something on health care. We have about 3 or 4 good conservative bills that I think will pass out of the House. That has to be a high priority. And so those will be our focus. And as you mentioned at the beginning too, Jeannie, we got to continue to stay focused on China and winning the strategic competition against China. President Trump, as you know, at the end of the month, does his first trip to Beijing. He'll be meeting with Xi Jinping for the first time. That's not gotten a lot of attention, but we got to continue to win the strategic competition against China.
Well, you are on the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, and you have helped run the No Goshen bill. And I want to let you know that Gordon Chang has picked up the cause here in Illinois, and he is going to have a Goshen panel at CPAC this year. And he has invited myself, Lori Brock, the lead activist in Michigan that shut down Goshen there, and also the mayor of Manteno. We're all going to be on a panel with Gordon Chang about Goshen. So I'm hoping that we can get something done and get rid of this Communist Chinese Party EV battery plant in the middle of central Illinois.
Well, I'm glad to hear that that's going on, Jeannie. And what I tell people, not to necessarily scare people, but just to wake people up. Remember, China has a plan to replace the United States, and they're working at it every single day. They want to beat us technologically, militarily, economically, diplomatically. The sooner we wake up to that fact, the better. Again, I give President Trump and his national security team a lot of credit. But we need to continue to be focused on this to win that strategic competition.
All right. Congressman Darren LaHood from the 16th District, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks, because I know you're a very busy man, so we really appreciate it.
Always good to be with you. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks. You too. And he joined us on AM 560, The Answer.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
It's time for Common Sense, America First leadership in Washington. Hi, I'm Nikki Conforti, and I'm ready to fight for the 6th Congressional District and put working families first. Congressional District 6 needs strength and experience. Congress is no place for on-the-job training. Vote for the leadership our community deserves. Be sure to get out and vote for Nikki Conforti for U.S. Congressional District 6 on March 17th. I'm Nikki Conforti, and I approve this message.
Ace Hardware in Oak Brook, Illinois seeks a Software Engineer Analyst 3, responsible for software design, development, support, and maintenance of a customer-facing application written in React.js and hosted in Azure, and serve as a technical mentor for designers and developers. Remote work option 40% of the time. Salary $153,317 per year. Submit resumes to resumesrs@acehardware.com. Reference job ID 31208 in the subject line.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today! Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Tidora Brown, running for Congress in Illinois' 11th District. I'm not a career politician. I'm a mom, homeschooling my kids through today's chaos. I'll fight for real education choices, not bureaucracy. Schools that educate and not silence parents. District 11 deserves safe communities and real economic growth. Your cash, your community. On March 17th, make the right choice. Choose Tidora Brown, the only candidate who can take on Bill Foster. I'm Tidora Brown, and I approve this message.
Your dog and a stranger are drowning. You can only save one. Who do you choose? Dennis Prager says your answer reveals everything about how you define right and wrong. In his new book, If There Is No God, Prager exposes the danger of emotion-based morality and why, without objective truth, society descends into chaos. This isn't a religious book. It's a rational case for moral clarity in a confused age. If There Is No God, from Dennis Prager. Order now at pragerstore.com. AM 560, The Answer.
Open mic! Open mic Friday! Call it now! Open mic Friday!
Grab a line, 312-642-5600. Open Mic Friday. I love Open Mic Friday. We have one ourselves, Jeannie. Remember?
Free for all Friday.
Free for all Friday. And I think the intro is a little bit dicier than yours. Ours is a little more edgy. Justin Kosick, because as you know, Justin Kosick is in charge. That's his voice, and he's the technical producer extraordinaire. He also helps me with my phone, because I'll come in, I'll go, Justin, he goes, Amy. And that means, how can I help you? He helped me put Apple Pay on my phone the other day. Thank you so much. What year is this? Yes. Do you have Apple Pay?
I don't have an Apple phone.
You don't have an Apple?
No, I'm an Android user.
Do you, okay, but on an Android. Oh,
no,
boy.
I don't do any of that.
Here.
I like to use cash.
Oh, now
we're getting
into the
Hell
nitty gritty.
Yeah, I don't want them to get rid of cash.
Okay.
So I use it.
All right. Well, good for you. So you don't have a credit card attached to your
No.
cell phone? Okay.
No.
Anybody else out
I'm
there?
old school.
That's good. Good. Let's go to Oh.
And my husband would prefer I have no credit cards.
Oh, hey-oh. That story's for another day. Let's go to Rich in North Riverside. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Rich.
Hi, how are you?
We're good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I was listening to Congressman LaHood, and, I agree with a lot of things he's saying, but I disagree with the focus on the SAVE Act right now. We've heard from President Trump that, Iran helped kind of interfere in the 2020 elections through cyber efforts. We heard from Tracy, your first guest, about a lot of their history of cyber attacks. We've heard Donald Trump talk about how, Venezuela stole the 2020 election, kind of echoing statements from Maria Machado, who said, Venezuela has the capacity to fix U.S. elections. Sidney Powell identified witnesses who said they'd seen Venezuelan officials switch election results from a computer. And Trump said, Italian defense contractors kind of zapped our elections from space in an operation run through the U.S. Embassy in Rome. So it just seems like proof of citizenship and voter ID may be important, but it sounds like from what Trump's saying, the real problem is acts of war from foreign countries. And I'm wondering, specifically, with the Italians zapping our elections from space with satellites, whether there's a Space Force solution to this issue. But I think we need to get to the bottom of it, because as we know, from history, right, people can only steal elections when Trump's in control of the federal government. And I think sometimes that might be a function of misplaced priorities like this. Like, I just don't think voter ID and proof of citizenship stops Italians from zapping our election from space, like Trump said the day that they raided Fulton County. So thanks for listening. I appreciate what you guys do.
Well, Rich, I appreciate your comments on election security and integrity, and certainly it's a hot topic. And what we do know is that there's physical evidence that the Democrats cheated. I mean, the Georgia report is absolutely alarming. We covered it with Cleta Mitchell in a segment about a month ago. But they literally violated their own election laws to cheat in the 2020 election. It's proven out in I think it was 100-page document that he did an investigation on. So there's actual, what you're going to say, cybersecurity cheating. There's actual real physical cheating. But the fact that Trump won in 2024 tells you that you can beat the cheat. You shouldn't have to beat the cheat, but he did. And so what we need to do is we need to wake voters up.
He didn't. He won every swing state. He won the popular vote. The Democrats got destroyed.
That's right.
And I still marvel sometimes and still smile at that.
If we could wake up voters and wake them up in the state of Illinois, we could take back our state and put in common sense policies. Yeah, there's gonna be cheating. We know it. We know the voter rolls are dirty. That's why my organization's involved in a lawsuit with Judicial Watch to clean up the voter rolls in Illinois. But what we need is voters to wake the hell up.
Oh, yes. Well, I guess my question is, though, that kind of brings up another point, right? You've got, you're saying that there's evidence that the Democrats cheated in Georgia, right? And there's a Georgia report about it. But what do Republicans do, or what do they make of the fact that, Trump appointed the U.S. attorney in Georgia and Bill Barr said that all of these claims were BS, and Raffensperger and the Governor Kemp down there said that none of this stuff happened, right? It's starting to look like you've got a situation where Republicans were intimately involved in all of these shenanigans at every level from state to federal, and then you've got these foreign adversaries. It just doesn't seem like...
Thanks, Rich. We're going to have to move on, but thanks.
Yeah, we got to move on, but I'm telling you, yes, they were involved. And they were trying to save their own election, their own next election. And so they bought into the rhetoric and just the hyperbole that, you can't say that the election was stolen because then you're just a denier. And so they bought into all that. It's like all the weak Republicans who, the minute they get called a racist, they just absolutely cave because they don't want to be called a name. And yeah, we have weak Republicans who bought into that. But you read that Cleta Mitchell report, and you will know that they
really
did not follow their own rules when it came to...
we all went to sleep. We saw them putting these suitcases full of, we don't know, underneath a table, And then everybody like, oh, we're done counting for tonight. And then next thing you wake up 4 hours later and Biden's president. It was so bizarre. The whole thing
I'll find that
was.
report and I will put it on my X if you want to follow me at Jeannie Ives, and you can read the report for yourself.
And speaking of elections, a little reminder, Tuesday, this is the last weekend before Tuesday's election, obviously, where you can go and get out to vote. And polling places are open, and they're open Saturday, and they are open on Sunday. We have 5 open congressional seats here in Illinois, plus an open seat for U.S. Senate and several open seats in the State House and Senate. And, of course, the competitive race for Cook County Board President. But we're not pulling a Democrat ballot. No, you walk in and you ask for a Republican ballot. And with that, let's open Mike Friday. Bob from Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Amy and Jeannie. It's always a pleasure talking to you. I voted on Monday at Arlington Heights, even though I'm in Buffalo Grove. When I came in, I volunteered my driver's license, because it makes for an interesting voting process. They take the license, and they immediately screen it, and it immediately brings up my voting record.
Wow. Yeah, I handed over my ID, and he didn't dispute it. He took it, and I said, well, is this legal for you to do that? And they said, yeah, if you're offering it up, we'll match your signature and make sure that, this address matches where you live, and that's great. So, Bob, who did you vote for?
I followed just what you guys voted for.
Okay, that's a good friend, Bob.
You were my recommendations.
That's great. Thanks, Bob, for calling.
One thing that was troubling, the one thing that was troubling with the other candidates, there were so many no candidates on the Republican ballot. It was just amazing.
I know. It's
troubling.
I know.
Bob, you can run next time.
Oh, yeah, Bob, what do you want to run? Bob, what about school board? You can you can have engineering in every classroom.
Yeah. Well, one that got me was there was no candidates for the Water Reclamation District.
Yep. That was a bad one. Water Reclamation District, Cook County Board President, County Clerk, County Sheriff, County Treasurer, State Treasurer. Again, you write in Max Solomon, Solomon. You have to spell his name correctly. So, it's Cook County Assessor and then a number of judges. There was just 0 options for us. So voting, by the way, if you're a Republican, which you should be, takes about a minute. I'm not kidding you. And Ted Dabrowski's first on the ballot. That's good for governor.
He won the lottery.
Yep, he sure did. All right, let's go to George in Naperville.
Yes, I want to echo Jeannie to high heaven in regards to that first caller. The biggest problem with our elections is the Democrats. They cheat. We have to pass that SAVE Act. It's nice hearing from both of you this morning and going into the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Who do you want to go to next, Jeannie?
Prime Minister.
Oh, boy. Is he going to keep it clean? Prime Minister of Ireland. This is a big weekend for you, a big month. Besides the fact that it's let me talk. Besides the fact it's Women's History Month, you got your St. Patty's Day.
Tis a great Irish tradition. What do you call the 2 Irish homosexuals?
Oh boy!
Good grief! I don't know.
Get ready to dump
Patrick and Patrick Fitzmichael.
Oh, wait, say it one more time because I interrupted you, as I often do.
Michael Fitzpatrick and Patrick Fitzmichael.
How long have you been working on that one, Prime Minister?
Oh, I'm very upset about Trump ordering escorts to the Straits of Hormuz. What about the gays of Hormuz? Don't they get an escort, but they'd be more of a homosexual escort, so Trump should order a mandate for all the gays of Hormuz.
All right, Prime Minister, what are you doing this weekend? Because it's all about you guys. It's all about the green. Are you going to go to the Southside Irish Parade? Or are you going to go downtown and watch them turn the river green?
I want to turn the papers in my wallet green. I'm going to have Lucky Charms. I'm going to drink and play the shillelagh. And I'll just talk to my relatives back in the counties of Ayr.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Prime Minister. Anything else you want to get off your
Could I
chest?
ask Jeannie one question?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Jeannie, when you were running for governor, Dan and Amy supported you. You know, they were very big boosters of you. You're a fine woman. But now J.B. Lizzo is actually throwing his weight behind a fine woman. Do you know about this?
Juliana Stratton, the F Trump lady?
No, the woman named Fine.
Oh, Laura Fine. Yes, I know Laura Fine. I served with her. Honestly, she's better than Daniel Biss,
Oh, gosh.
who I also served with.
And Kat Abaragada.
Oh, my gosh. Daniel Biss would be a nightmare.
Biss was a mathematician. He's good at counting numbers. That's about it.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about Daniel Bliss because he's leading in the polls right now. I mean,
but Kat's catching up.
Oh, you think Daniel Bliss would be a nightmare? She'd be a bigger nightmare.
Yeah, they both would be bad. That's why I said, like, if you're a Democrat, and I don't like any of them, but if you are a Democrat, Laura Fine would be a better choice.
Yeah. That's and Joel Pollack, who ran for that seat years ago, he challenged the incumbent at the time, Jan Schakowsky. No, he didn't. He won the primary, but he challenged her in the general. He didn't win, but he said Laura Fine is the most reasonable of all of them because he's lived in that district and he knows who everybody is. But what about Daniel Bliss's wife when he's out there canoodling?
It's Biss, not Bliss.
Why do I call him Bliss? Biss.
I don't know,
but I keep doing that.
Yeah,
at least I'm
it's
consistent,
Biss.
Jeannie. Daniel Biss. What about him canoodling with Kat? I mean, whatever happened of that? They were at a bar together after one of their several debates, and they were very cozy with each other. And if I was competing against somebody, that is the last thing I would do.
Maybe if she wins, she'll make him her chief of staff.
Oh, that's possible.
He probably just wants out.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Will in Skokie. Hi, Will. How are you?
Good morning. It's great to see you back, Amy, especially with a hotter co-host. Anyway,
I'm a grandma.
That shooting at Old Dominion, it turns out the guy who did it was convicted of terrorist activity and sent to jail, but a judge let him out early. According to lawyers, if you are convicted of such a crime and you're a naturalized citizen, you can lose your naturalization to be deported. Why wasn't that done? I mean, I'm not so much blaming the Trump administration, but there's such a tsunami of crap that was sent down to them from the Biden administration. They're having a whole hell of a lot of hard time redoing it, making it, fixing it. So,
do you know what country he was from, Will?
Yeah, sorry, Sierra Leone, I believe.
Oh,
yes. But I think that he was released from prison under the Biden administration, so the decision had made not to deport him, obviously, by Biden.
Right, and that's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're a terrorist and you get convicted of it, you can get kicked out. Them's the rules, that's the law, but go figure Democrats following the law,
Oh, I know.
Have a
When
good
they
one,
don't,
ladies.
when they don't like the law, they just don't follow it. And again, 2016 arrested, attempting to provide material support to ICE, attempting to gather weapons to be used in an ISIS attack here in the United States. And when he went in guns a-blazing yesterday into that ROTC classroom, he was yelling, Allah Akbar.
And Governor Abigail...
Deport him.
Yeah, and Governor Abigail Spanberger didn't say a word about it. Simply said, Lieutenant Colonel Shaw was killed in the classroom yesterday, and he did great service to the country, and we appreciate him. Nothing about the fact that this was a terrorist attack. And she represents Norfolk Naval Base, the largest naval base in the country. Plus, Fort Eustis, Virginia is right there, where I was. There's so many forts. There's Virginia Military Institute. There's Fort Belvedere. There's all of these.
And that's her response.
Military presence in Virginia is huge, and that was her response.
Shame on her. Let's go to Renee in Barrington. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Renee.
Hi, good morning, ladies. I am voting for Ted this weekend, and I have a serious case of red state envy.
Uh-oh.
And
is it a rash on your neck?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm stuck here. We have family, lived here all my life. I do not want to have to move out of Illinois. So my only solution is to put people in power who will make us more like Florida eyes us, make us more like a sensible, common sense state. I know that's a big ask. It's a big deal. I'm asking you if you could, I know you work on his campaign and his slogans and stuff, and I think we need a really catchy slogan to motivate people like me who are Republicans. It'll be a turnoff, obviously, to the blue state people. But are there enough Republicans in Illinois to actually flip the state for Ted if he campaigns on this idea of really making changes? The problem is this. There's so much that needs to be changed that I think you need a short, easily identifiable slogan or connection to Ted that we can change Illinois into a red state.
Flip Illinois red, vote for Ted.
Oh, there you go. That was, look at you, marketing whiz.
No, that came. I know. I get it. They're not catching. It's like Donald Trump with his "Make America Great Again." You need something really powerful that will get me
Renee,
and people like me to the polls.
We're open to suggestions, and by the way, go ahead, call in if you've got your catchy 5-word slogan that you think would resonate with voters.
Or you could text it in at 312-642-5600.
There are definitely enough voters here to flip the state. That is very doable. Last time Pritzker in 2022 only won by 54.5% of the vote. Trump did better and got more votes than Pritzker did. In 24, Trump got more votes in Illinois than Pritzker got in 2022.
Oh, that's a good factoid.
Off your elections, a lot of times people don't end up voting. Look, if you're a Trump Republican, you can't sit this one out in the midterms. You can't sit out the governor's race. You need to get in there and vote. And there's a slew of independents that we can build coalitions around to take our state back, because nobody's been worse than Pritzker in terms of spending, culturally, education results. The guy is a nightmare. And if Ted gets in there, and by the way, he's the only one who can win
against Pritzker,
because he's the only one who can garner the support from the donor class and build the coalitions that you need to. I mean, a Polish guy that speaks fluent Spanish. We're talking about the perfect coalition
Georgia
building.
Tech grad.
Okay,
or undergrad.
There you go. Yeah.
Got a text message. Make Illinois not horrible again.
Well, this is why really to kind of just square it up with people that don't want an extreme or a radical or a make Illinois great again, a mega type of slogan. This is why we can do better is really the slogan of the campaign, because we can do better.
Everyone's talking about Ted, because everybody was talking about Ted in Lebanon, Illinois in the bathroom. Who's Ted? Oh, let me tell you about Ted. Let me tell you about Ted. I don't know about that. Yeah. And it might be a little too late. Let's go to, Mary Kay.
Hi, Amy.
Hi,
dear.
Jeannie.
Hello.
Thanks. How are you, Amy? It's so good to hear your voices, you guys. I'm so glad you're back on the radio every day. And, you were talking about the lobster and steak thing and Pritzker being a fat slob. He is a fat slob. I'm sorry.
How do you really feel? Okay.
Yeah, but and I'm not one. You get accused of being a fat phobe all the time. I'm not really a fat phobe. I'm in the business of helping people lose weight and get in shape. But on the other hand, I've been at the hospital a lot lately. My husband had open heart a few weeks ago, and I see these people. Yeah, he's doing fine though, and he's lost a ton of weight. He's getting in shape. Do you see these people in the hospital with fat? They're 300, 400 pounds. It's like, come on, folks. This country became 70% obese, since what year? You go back to the records in 1980, 1975, 20% of the population was obese in the United States, something like that. I mean, come on, folks. We can all do better and support our military. These guys work their butts off. They're in shape. They deserve their steak and lobster, like you were talking about earlier. And Jeannie, thank you for getting the email that came right back to me the other day. I emailed about I needed recommendations like Bob from Buffalo Grove was just talking about. I needed to know, who to vote for. So anybody out there who doesn't know or looks for recommendations, email Breakthrough Ideas. They got right back to me within 10 minutes.
Great. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
That. Yeah, no,
okay.
I mean, again, we talked about it earlier in the show, but this is a J.B. Pritzker post saying this. Trump kicked millions off SNAP so families can't eat. Pete Hegseth spent $6.9 million on lobster tail, a fraction of the $93 billion he burned in a single month. This is the party of waste, fraud, and abuse. J.B. Pritzker wrote that. He's making a comparison of our soldiers serving in harm's way who train rigorously with SNAP beneficiaries who, unfortunately, they're illegal aliens, and the other SNAP beneficiaries that he says are getting kicked off, they're single able-bodied adults. And by the way, if you are single able-bodied and you're at least doing 20 hours of volunteer or 20 hours of part-time work,
you can get
or
SNAP.
going to training, you can still get SNAP. No, we're kicking off the lazy sons of bitches that aren't doing a damn thing for the government benefits, and he's comparing them to our soldiers. I couldn't have been more enraged, and I don't usually call people out for their weight, but look at J.B. Pritzker. There was never a time in his life that he would have qualified for military service, and there's only 73% of men aged 18 to 24, which is that cohort where you typically are looking to get military recruits in.
Right.
73% of them are unqualified for military service. And the biggest reason that they're unqualified is they're overweight.
Text message from 773. Good morning. I'm a Cook County election judge. I need to tell people if you get to your polling place and find out you're not on the list, you can re-register that day. We got a recommendation for Ted Dabrowski. Patty in Lake County. Good morning, Patty.
Morning.
What do you got?
Get out of the red with Ted.
Oh, I like that one.
Okay.
Goes
like
to the
that?
deficit,
Yeah.
and the spending and the debt.
Appreciate it. He's a numbers guy. That's what I can tell you about him. Jerome in Palos Hills. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Jerome.
Hi, good morning, Amy. I just wanted to know, how do we know that once we vote that our vote is secure, and how do we know that there's an honest counting of the votes?
I know. I hate that because I'm an old school paper ballot. I wanted a paper ballot. She's like, we don't do that anymore. At least they don't at Wells Park. They don't. You can't. It's all electronic. Then they print out your ballot, and then you put your ballot in the envelope, and then walk over to the big black machine that eats your ballot. But that's for early voting at that site.
I will tell you this: we do need Republican election judges. So if you have the capacity, you can take a day off of work. Go ahead. I think you make $250 for the day. It's a long day, but it's well worth your time to go ahead and do this as a public service. Maybe you can't serve in the military. Maybe you can't do that. Your public service should be, I'm going to be an election judge, and you show up and you can see how the process works, and you can help maybe clean up the process if you think things are going awry. But we have to win back these clerk positions. And in DuPage County, the second largest county in the state, we have one hell of a race that's going to go on in the general to kick out Jean Kazmarek, who even the Democrats have called on the carpet for her nonsense and her misspending and her lack of integrity.
Is she involved in any hoaxes?
She herself is just a total joke. She's not even a hoax. She's a joke. But that's
a good campaign slogan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But that's going to be a hell of a race. So if you want clean elections, elect clean election clerks with integrity.
Okay, we have some slogans to run past you for Ted Dabrowski. Ted trims the fat. That's from 414, our friends up in Milwaukee.
Like that.
312, they texted in, dump the blue, vote Ted. I don't know. This one I like. This is from 352 area code. Jeannie and Amy, Ted's red. Are you? No. Okay, it's not. Nothing's blowing wind up the skirt here. All right, let's go to Patrick in Aurora. We're gonna get serious about something. Hi, Patrick. What do you have?
Oh, I got a poem for Dan, but he wasn't there today. But I wrote it out. Can I read it?
Please. Do you want Patrick? Do you want music behind it? Is this a romantic poem?
No, you want music on this poem.
Okay, have at it.
It's called "Stay Single."
Stay single.
It was a wise man. I'm sorry. It was a wise man who said, "Beware of being wed, for marriage is an institution. That's true. Before any proposals or a kiss, you'll want to remember this: that prison is an institution too. The changes in your life when you have a wife, you wish you thought more than twice. For the trouble for you from those two words I do, you'll come to hate the sight of right. You can see that divorce is a hazardous course. Maybe Henry VIII had the best way. But perish the thought, for if you caught, murder has a high price to pay. So there's still a chance you'll find the romance, and your problems you may one day purge. But to me, it's quite clear each time that I hear those wedding bells, I think of a dirge.
Wow. Thank you, Patrick.
Okay.
Very well said.
Can
And you know
I
what?
do one more quick one? It's 10 lines.
Sure.
Okay, this is called Culinary Delight.
Oh, well, all right. Well, we have 10 minutes. Okay. Is it under a minute, Patrick?
It's only 20 seconds.
Okay.
30 seconds. I'm sorry. When Jeffrey Dahmer went out at night in search of fine culinary delight, when human flesh is on the menu, the arm section menu, cut off the head, remove the brains, and chop up the body, the remains. Jeffrey's recipe for cooking a man was to grease some Crisco, fry in a pan, serve it on a platter. When he's done, add salt and pepper and touch of A1.
Okay.
The only thing Jeffrey left unsaid, should the wine with dinner be white or red?
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. We gave him enough airtime. Text message, for your safety, better Ted than dead. Do you like that one?
Okay.
Again, another text message, 773. Amy, early voting is only computer. Actual voting day, you can do paper. So thank
Let's
you.
go to Bill in Waukegan.
Okay, Bill. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning, ladies, and thank you for taking my call. Hey, Jeannie, I was a commander at the Los Angeles MEPS as well as the Sioux Falls MEPS, and I can tell you, I agree with you that everybody that's come in has been discounted by physical because they're overweight. I mean, and not just overweight, though, that was challenging. The biggest thing, too, was academics. I mean, a lot of people just did not have the academics behind them to be able to pass an ASVAB score to even qualify, and the medium was just 35 to get in. And I had potential soldiers that were trying to come into the military to all services with scores of 20, 19, and everything else. I mean, dumb as a bag of hair. And so, I mean, that and weight was always an issue, and I think it's going to continue to be an issue for all our future servicemen and women. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, this is a national security issue. And in fact, I'm working with, I've been working with the STARS organization, standing together against racism and radicalism in the services. And they have now taken it on as their mission to look at the academics in America, because it is detrimental to our national security. We cannot get qualified people to serve in the services. And sorry, but the teachers are failing us. The education system is failing us. That is what's happening here, and I appreciate your comments, because we got to get a hold of all this.
Text message from 224. Jeannie, how's this? Go red with Ted. Here's another one. Vote for the guy who can see his toes. Vote Ted. That's so mean. All right, who do you want to go to next? We should be able to fit all these phone calls.
How about Max says do not come to Indiana?
Max in the 219. That's how Max likes to be introduced.
It's your pickleball guy, Amy.
Max. How are you?
Hey, what did you ladies say about someone made a comment that they thanked someone for their service? Was it a criminal they thanked?
I don't know what you're talking about there.
Okay, either way.
Okay.
I think your turn Illinois red, vote for Ted is great.
Yeah.
And don't forget, always vote for Republicans. Never vote for a Democrat. And since I'm over in Indiana, people in Illinois, listen up. Don't come here. We don't want you. Stay out of our state. We hate everybody of every color that comes from Illinois. We're only taking Amy, Sean, and your former morning host. But the rest of you Illinois dorks, stay away. We hate you.
So I can't come over? I wasn't included in your list.
Jeannie, you can come over because you're great looking, just like Amy.
She's
the
a
rest
hot
of you
grandma.
dorks from Illinois, stay away. Move to Iowa. They got a lot of corn for you fat asses out there.
Oh, my God. Okay, Mac. My goodness gracious me. Text message 847. Use your head and vote for Ted.
I like that one.
Another one saying, I just put up 6 signs outside a library for Ted. So that's good. I mean, 1 sign was good. 6 signs. Okay, go at it. John in Pontiac. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Big
Thanks
Fun
for talking
Friday.
to me. Jeannie, it's John McClassen. Whether you remember me.
I know you, John. Yes.
Did you guys go to prom together?
No.
No. My wife was a county clerk, my late wife, and one of the things that's not being mentioned with the SAVE Act is the voting purges. And the bad counties just simply don't purge their rolls. They're supposed to do it every 4 years, I think. My wife used to do it every 2, to send out a new registration card, and the mail returns were automatically purged from the rolls. And there's places, even in Illinois, where there's more registered voters than there are people. And that's one of the reasons that they don't enforce the law to purge. And I believe the SAVE Act will have to go a long way to getting that done.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me right now, John, but you're absolutely right. And this is why Breakthrough Ideas is involved in that judicial lawsuit about purging the voter rolls, cleaning them up. And so the state board is going to have to respond to that. And I think they're in discussions about maybe some sort of agreement, some sort of a settlement here on that lawsuit in giving us what we want on that. But in that reporting that happened, I don't have it right in front of me, but something like, I want to say 21 counties literally purged no name from the voter roll for like 2 to 4 years.
Nobody
names.
died
like
in their
nobody
counties?
died.
Oh, sure.
Right.
I'll move there.
Exactly.
It sounds like the water source is fantastic. Another
ridiculous.
one. You'll be better fed with Ted. No? Maybe?
No.
Okay, let's go to Derek in Crestwood. Hi,
That
Derek.
sounds like a SNAP agreement or something like. I don't agree. Yeah, okay.
Hi, Derek. Derek, are you there? Going once, going twice, and we'll put Derek back on hold. Let's go to Harmon in Arlington Heights.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you just fine.
Oh, great. What people don't get is the point of illegal registration is not so that the illegals can vote. It's so that Democrats can vote for them.
That's
right.
right.
It is just like my son, who is 34 years old, had never been registered because I never registered him. He can't talk. He understands very little. He cannot legitimately cast a valid vote. But suddenly he's registered. I have no idea how. They picked his name out or whatever. So now I take him down to vote, even though it's actually unfair, vote to Democrats, because if I don't, then at the end of the day, if he hasn't voted, a vote can be generated.
That's exactly what they do. Dirty voter rolls invite fraud.
Thanks, Harmon. And you're a good dad. More text messages. This one from 312. Well, use your head, vote for Ted. That's another one. Stop being misled. Vote for Ted. Well, you don't like any of these. You're a hard cookie, man. Woo. All right, let's close it out with Chuck from Delavan. Hi, Chuckles. How are you?
I'm fine. I love you, Amy.
I love you, too.
All the brothers up here in Lake Geneva have declared St. Patrick's Day on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
So you can come up here for the weekend if you want, but come up here on Tuesday and go to the original Irish bar, Foley's on Route 50. They will open at 9 a.m. for corned beef and cabbage. Merry Christmas.
Well, wait. Hey, Chuck, how are you doing? How's your love life? I need to catch up. We need to talk.
Everything's good. Everything's good. I got a new girlfriend. Everything's good.
Do you have the same girlfriend, the one that I met years ago, or you have a different girlfriend now?
I got a different girlfriend.
All right. What happened with you two? Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, that's fine. She dumped me on Christmas Day.
Oh, my God. But you dress up like, because you kind of, aren't you a Santa impersonator during Christmas time?
Yeah, I am.
Were you in your Santa suit, Chuck, when it happened?
No.
Okay. Whew. All right.
Well, I got to tell you, it's good to hear that you guys are partying early, but that leaves Tuesday open for elections because it's a little bit of a concern.
Oh, I know.
To have, St. Patrick's Day fall on Election Day. So, folks, if you're listening, you need to actually show up and vote this weekend so you can enjoy all of St. Patrick's Day, or you need to vote on St. Patrick's Day and then enjoy the festivities.
Right, because you know, I mean, it's in the city. Every bar is packed. Because you know what, Jeannie?
What?
Everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day. All right, thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Join us at 11 a.m. to noon. Today, Monday through Friday, it is now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Unprecedented and unbeatable. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what the War Secretary calls Operation Epic Fury.